This is the London offices of American data and military technology firm Palantir, an increasingly important company, but one that is, like me when someone asks me when the next video is coming out, difficult to pin down. So, what connects this $372 billion tech company that is a committed partner of all three major US intelligence agencies plus border bogeyman ICE and has a literal billionaire ghoul for a co-founder who once said he hates the whole concept of the NHS with this place, my local hospital, once called Mayday, and now Croydon University Hospital? Well, it's a long story. One that involves a £380 million contract with more redactions than a UFO cover-up, 2 fictional villains from Lord of the Rings, and a uniquely extensive database of some 65 million people's medical records. This is the story of the shady American tech company that wants to manage the NHS's medical data and just about everything else in society as well.
They have a website called Consult That.
That's really, that's poor.
In theory, our National Health Service is in urgent need of modernisation. The unified and crucially free public healthcare system is one of the biggest employers in the world that doesn't intentionally kill people on a regular basis. Only the Indian Defence Ministry, the People's Liberation Army of China, the US Department of Defence, Amazon and Walmart employ more than the 1.5 million people that the NHS does. It has a yearly budget of £180 billion and sees around 1 million patient interactions every single day. But, as you might know, by most metrics, it isn't meeting government targets. According to this recent report from the British Medical Association,
the combination of ongoing pressure on services, the backlog of care, and chronic workforce shortages means waiting times have increased to record highs.
in some cases, NHS waiting times are up 103 times from before the pandemic. Admittedly, that is among one of the worst case examples, and some areas are improving. But overall, the data is not looking good for what is, if we're being honest, one of the best projects our country has ever embarked on. One thing that is apparently contributing to this shortfall in NHS services, apart from an underpaid and overworked staff, a huge and bloated bureaucracy and a massive increase in demand, is outdated tech. Imagine a country with a train network where there isn't just one operator, there are many, each with their own ideas of how to do things and bringing their own systems to the table. Surely such a system would inevitably lead to delays and inefficiencies, and no government would ever, or more coherently put by the British Medical Journal,
over time, a wide variety of data storage software has been used within and outside hospitals, general practices and other care providers. But the software has struggled to talk to other programs, making it difficult to transfer patients' records between hospitals and sometimes between departments in hospitals.
Anyway, you get the picture. The NHS's data management system is currently a complete cluster. A very large 65 million people sized data cluster. Or, if you're commercially minded, an opportunity. Enter American data and military technology firm Palantir and its plan to solve this problem with a federated data platform across the NHS. So, what is a Palantir? Despite what you may believe, I am not actually a nerd. So to me, a Palantir sounded like something that you might use to eat at a fancy restaurant. But I have been told that it is in fact, or indeed fiction, a magical and highly corruptible communication device used by the two main villains in The Lord of the Rings. Now, I may be a simple fool of a took, but why are we choosing a company that chose to name itself after a villainous device from some movie to manage our entire country's medical data? And yes, before you get in the comments, I know that in Lord of the Rings, the Palantiri aren't inherently evil, only being used by Sauron and Saruman, but actually created by the elves who scattered them throughout Middle-earth before the ages of the Númenóreans in watchtowers. But the fact remains, most people know a Palantir as the mystical magical ball that nearly killed Pippin. Like, we haven't even looked at anything else this company has done yet, and that's already a bit shifty, right? Anyway, Palantir Technologies was founded by Sauron and Saruman, PayPal billionaire Peter Thiel and his mate Alex Karp in 2003. Its main clients right from the start were the major US intelligence agencies, the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, Army Intelligence, Navy Intelligence, the DIA, the ONSI, OICI, and the what the f*** lol. Palantir helped centralize data for these various deep state organizations. It created sophisticated surveillance algorithms, AI-powered ranking databases for determining military targets, and a predictive policing system that ended up being racist. It also made a robot tank. Basically, for decades now, Palantir has made it its mission to integrate itself within the American state. In an open letter to Palantir shareholders after its public stock debut in 2020, CEO Alex Karp lambasted Silicon Valley elites, saying, "We have chosen sides." Quite whose side he meant by that is unclear, but I can think of a few candidates. One example might be the person chosen to head up Palantir UK, Lewis Mosley, the grandson of famous fascist Oswald Mosley. Mosley met Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Palantir's Washington, D.C. offices in February this year, where he said of the PM, "You can see it in his eyes, he gets it." As for Peter Thiel, the influential tech billionaire likes to think of himself as a master of the universe who knows what's best for everyone, and fuck your consent.
We could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means.
As well as that little bit of egomania, Peter Thiel also said the NHS makes people sick. He wished women didn't have the right to vote and would get rid of democracy if he could. All three things that most of us probably agree are quite good, actually. More recently, in this podcast interview, Thiel called Greta Thunberg the Antichrist and stumbled over whether or not he wanted the human race to continue to survive into the future.
Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know. I would
Hopefully, you can see why many people think that hiring a company like Palantir to manage critical NHS patient data is quite concerning. What if the CIA, or Peter Thiel for that matter, suddenly decided it needed access to a very large medical database, something that very few countries have? Sure, Palantir says it won't own our medical data, but seeing as the only version of the contract we've seen so far was 75% redacted, and big tech firms haven't exactly been known for adhering to laws or morals in recent years, it seems a bit fishy to me and a lot of other people. At a practical level, it feels a bit like hiring MI5 tech experts to manage academy school data. Sure, you could, but why? Well, maybe because Palantir is really good at selling itself, or so it thinks.
Everything you learned at your school and college about how the world works is intellectually incorrect. I don't think in win-lose. I think in domination. And I see this question in every single thing we do. I see this with our work with clandestine services. I mean, our product is used on occasion to kill people. Targeting of all kinds. If you're looking for a terrorist in the world now, you're probably using our government product.
Palantir began working with the NHS during the COVID pandemic, initially for just a nominal fee of £1. Great, you might think, but as we've seen in the past with South London's bins, large contractors often lowball their initial bids for public services in order to get ingratiated within the system and then rank up their prices at a later date. In this case, in typical Palantir style, they took that to the max. In 2023, the then Conservative government announced that they'd signed a £330 million contract with Palantir to manage the NHS's medical data under a system called the Federated Data Platform. To be clear, by this point, Palantir did have some more medical and commercial experience, but it seemed that all the privacy concerns over its open and stated links to the various American intelligence agencies didn't bother the Tories, and it hasn't bothered Labour since either. However, some people were bothered by it. The Good Law Project is currently suing the NHS over the contract. These do-gooding lawyers sent a Freedom of Information request to the NHS, which revealed that it had signed the Palantir contract before it had finished negotiating it. 417 pages of this 586-page contract were redacted. Maybe that's because the service it's providing isn't even that good. So far, a majority of NHS hospitals, not Croydon though, have flat out refused to use its services. There are 202 NHS trusts in the UK subject to frequent change. So far, 130 of them have signed up to use Palantir's system. However, only 70 of them are actually currently using it. That's a miserable uptake of just over 30%, 2 years after a £330 million contract was handed out. On top of
Check, check, check. Yo, what's going on, people in the chat? Oh, wait, now I'm doubled. Hang on. Is there an echo, or am I only speaking one time? No, okay, no, I think I'm good. All right, okay, that's that. Listen, every week the audio issues at the beginning get shorter, and I think they're done now. What's up, gang? What's going on in the chat here? Madman Max, Only Uke That Matters, Secret Asian Dan, and whoever else might be in here. Me, Extra Chill Goblin. Appreciate you guys watching, checking in, no echo, and appreciate the tech support help. Hey, Hannah, what's going on? Hey, yeah. Glad you guys could make it out here. Since I haven't completely, had just so many issues with audio, why don't I take this opportunity here at the beginning of the stream? Let me just do some quick YouTube thumbnail faces, so that hopefully I can get more people clicking on my the stream clips. So this will be for like when there's something like crazy, like bonkers, nuts, wild going on in the video. I'll be like, what? Or maybe I'll look in the camera. Oh, what? Huh? I'm like, no, that couldn't be. Maybe like a crazy, do one of these. Yeah, I don't know how this would work if it was a still image though. Maybe I could do like a little twisty arrow. And this is something, if it's like really funny, I'll be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't raise that hand because it puts a shadow on my face. Listen, hey, I'm figuring this all out. All right, and what else can I do? What else kind of thumbnails are there? Or maybe if I'll Photoshop in like a magnifying glass if I'm like solving a mystery. Like, huh? I'm gonna make my eye really big too. Oh, and then this one could be like if I don't know, maybe something like good happens. Or like, yeah. All right, I feel like that's good. I feel like I really nailed it with that. I feel like that should really, like, if I saw that on a YouTube thumbnail, I'd be like, what the heck? Why is that guy doing that face? Let me click. Right? That's it. It's the Mr. Beast thing. Oh, I forgot to make my eyes kind of dead. You know, Mr. Beast always has like this smile, but like completely dead eyes. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, those eyebrows have range. Yes. You know, fun fact about me, I actually dye my eyebrows. Yes, it's true. Listen, I want to destigmatize it. I just re-dyed them yesterday, so they're pretty visible right now. But the thing is, like, it's not like I got like the just for men stuff. That's for like people who are like, you know, I guess getting like gray hair or whatever. But I've just always been like a pale guy with blonde ass eyebrows. And I do a lot of like crazy facial expressions that no one can see. And it was when I was in a play. I was in a play, and there's one of the other. It was a panto. If you guys know what a panto is, it's kind of popular in England. If anybody watching from merry old England, you guys know what a panto is. I was doing one of those, and there's like a dame in the panto, and this dame that I was working with was like a drag queen, and you know, we were like hanging out after the play, and he'd be like, James, like, can I dye your eyebrows? Like, you're doing so much work. You're doing so much eyebrow work up there on stage, and no one can see it. No one can tell what you're doing. And so he dyed my eyebrows for me. He put the little, like, you know, It wasn't just like makeup. It was like dye. So he dyed them and it lasted like a couple weeks. And it was crazy, like the amount of laughs I would get once I had dyed my eyebrows. And I'd go on stage and I'd do all these faces, but before nobody could see it. I was completely like I look like a lizard, you know. I look like some kind of pantomime. It's like a Christmas fairy tale thing. Anyway, not super important, but I noticed there was like a definite like clear difference from before the eyebrows, after the eyebrows, where I would get laughs on my facial expressions. Because before, I think people were just like, is his face stretching out a little bit? It's very hard to tell. It's crazy how much your eyebrows are, a part of your how you express yourself. Anyway, so if there's anyone out there who's very pale and eyebrows cannot be seen, highly recommend just for men. If you're like me, medium brown color will do. Affect affirming care. Yeah, honestly, it kind of is. And it was something that I never realized. I was never insecure about it really, but like, excuse me, I did notice like it helped me in a lot of ways aside from just like being funny. Like I think it did help me to whatever, like get more matches on Hinge or whatever as well. But anyway, sorry, listen, I'm getting way off topic here. I got a lot to go through today. Your dad's thin-browed. You know what? That's an issue that I might not be able to help with. If it's thin, wait, you mean thin like the hairs are thin? Because if there's not that many hairs, dye maybe won't help. Maybe then you just got to get like a tattoo. Or just get like the makeup and draw right on your skin. Luckily, like I have eyebrows. It's just that they are fully invisible. They're ghost eyebrows. I actually, believe it or not, I actually have a unibrow. I just don't dye the part in the middle, but I could if I wanted. I could have like a full unibrow. But maybe that would make me even more whatever, emotionally recognizable. Oh, you got the dark eyebrows despite being blonde? Nice. You got like the Targaryen stuff. I always notice on this is so off topic. Oh, by the way, definitely go subscribe to this guy Kronk's Watch. Really good stuff. Small channel. 15.8K subscribers. Very, very small, but making really good content. Very cool, very good content. We got to, only you that matters. Gotta digest the middle. Yeah. So I look like upside down Hitler. Good idea. Have like the little tiny, only the brown. That is a really funny idea. But yes. Shout out to the Chill Goblin Discord, by the way. Who was it that we got this from on the Discord? Jay. Just Jay. That's weird. What? It's shortening. Oh, okay. No, maybe that's what people are doing. That's interesting. Anyway, someone on the Chill Goblin Discord gave this to me. By the way, if you guys would like to join the Chill Goblin Discord, I will send you guys a link. Invite the channel. Here we go. I don't know. Is this a bad idea? Whatever. There's the Discord link. If you guys would like to join, just new, just new. What was that guy's channel that did the explaining communism video? That was One Dime. One Dime, friend of the channel, friend of the show. I can give you his link too. Really good stuff. One of my, I'm formerly a Toronto YouTuber, Toronto-based YouTuber, and this guy's still in Toronto for a while. We were in the same city, and we could hang out in person. Not so much these days. He came to Montreal a couple months ago and crashed with me. It was nice. Usually see him when he comes back, but he makes really good videos, really well produced, explainer videos, like long videos. He's like really into history kind of stuff, and he just did like a insanely long, like 3-hour long video explaining every different type of Marxism, which is if you're into that, good stuff. Okay. Yes, Kronk's Watch though. Sorry, I was moving on to something, but I forgot what it was. If it comes back to me, Oh yeah, I was going to go into. I was going to talk about eyebrows more, but yes, Kronk's Watch. Definitely subscribe. Did I give you guys the link already? Let me give it to you again. Undersubscribed channel. It's cool because it seems like, at least from what I've seen, he does like stuff about his like local neighborhood. But it is, it's still interesting. Like I don't live in even England, and he's doing stuff on Croydon, the Kronks, London's most populous borough, which I'm sorry, maybe I'm ignorant. I never even heard of that before Kronk's Watch showed up. So you guys want to check out Kronk's Watch? Go for it. And if not, I don't know. Why not? That's crazy, but that's fine. That's cool. Bridge content's too close to home. Okay. Hannah, so you're watching like the American politics stuff or whatever, other countries' politics stuff to like as a form of escapism a little bit? That's cool. I can respect that. Anyway, I was going to say, how do you spell Daenerys? Daenerys Targaryen. I always notice when they're like in like whatever movies and stuff, they'll be like, this person is so pale. They've got white skin and pale hair and stuff like that. And when I see it, I'm like, yeah, I can identify with that. I have people in my family who look like this, except no, not those eyebrows. No one in my family got those eyebrows. Like if you're gonna be like, have this weird kind of fetishizing of like Aryan blonde, fair, whatever features, you gotta have the invisible brows. Why the fuck are those brows brown? You know what I mean? Same with The Witcher, with what's his name? The Witcher show, the TV show. I don't know about this, but like this guy's got like white hair. He's like albino, and they gave him brown eyebrows. So like, it's like one of those things. It's like when I see that personally, I'm like, it sort of takes me out of it a little bit because I'm like, okay, where in the fucking, I don't really. I did see season 1 of Witcher. I don't remember where he is. Okay, not Witcher, but like let's say with Daenerys, where on the fucking Essos, like the plains, the plains of the fucking whatever, what are they called? Dothraki. Where was she getting her eyebrow dye? Where was there like a Mac store? Was there like a Sephora outlet somewhere on these barren wastelands that she was able to get this stuff? She just rubbing dirt into her eyebrows every day. You know what I mean? But I will say I'm almost done with this, by the way. What's his name? Matt Smith? Matt Smith from House of the Dragon. This dude, they did it right. No eyebrows. Like, this is what I look like. Actually, the funny thing is, I have had so many people tell me I look like Matt Smith. I don't know that I do, but definitely before I started dyeing my eyebrows, I used to get this a lot. And for the show, they did not dye his eyebrows. But this is what they actually look like. It's kind of freaky. It's kind of weird. You know what I'm talking about? Crazy. Oh, no way. Someone tried to steal my swag? Oh, no way. Who's Jay Aubrey? That name sounds familiar. Jay Aubrey. Okay, this guy's huge. The Depravity of Donald Trump, the Jeffrey Epstein saga. Interesting. Okay, well, hey, listen, he got a lot more views than me in one day, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I'm sure. I'll watch it. Maybe he's got like he found some things that I overlooked. There's certainly been like since I put out my video, because I got my video out before the election, and since that time, there's been a lot more stuff that we've learned about. So I got no issue. With people stealing my swag. Steal my swag away. My swag is for the people. Well, look at Trump's weird eyes in that thumbnail. Look at those weird eyes. Are they like, why do they look like kind of like anime, like giant? Why is Trump a magical girl here? Cool. I don't know, Jay Aubrey. Listen, I cannot endorse, nor can I condemn this channel, but I approve of him or her or them. I approve of them helping people to understand the crazy amounts of connections between those two guys. Okay, you guys do think that I look like that guy, eh? Okay, fair. I look like Matt Smith. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I think that's a compliment. I used to get it a lot because when he was on Doctor Who. Yeah, here he is on Doctor Who. When he was on Doctor Who, this is kind of what I look like. I had like this hair and this, like, I clean shaven. And people were like, "Oh, that's you, man." But I really think the main thing is the eyebrows. But maybe not. Hey, if you guys still think I look like this guy and I got the beard and everything, hey, listen, who am I to say no? I saw a lot of people kind of thirsting after him on Twitter, but it would always be like, why does he look hot and ugly? Why does he sort of looks like he actually is inbred? But like, why am I kind of into that? Like everybody's kind of like, what? Whatever. But no, hey, listen, I can rock with that. I'm okay with that. Okay, listen, gang, I got a lot to go through today. But I did want to say, we had, if you've watched the streams before, when I talk about Jeffrey Epstein, you'll know that I'm one of the most interesting, people in this saga to me is someone named Anushka DeGiorgio.
Directed at me, Jeffrey's
a stream a few weeks back with Presidential Penis, which I still have to edit. I haven't put that stream clip up yet. But it was about, this is a victim of Epstein. Somebody who met Ghislaine Maxwell when she was 17-ish, and Ghislaine introduced her to Epstein and really kind of put her in situations where she could not say no to him. She was abused by him for like a number of years, for 10 or more years. And was also famously, there's an article where she is introduced to Donald Trump by Ghislaine Maxwell. And this was in 1997, right after Trump's divorce from Marla Maples and his second wife. During that time in 1997, right after Marla Maples and he split up, all of a sudden, you'll see Epstein and Ghislaine come into his life and introduce him to a series of women. And one of them, it doesn't seem like this was the first, but one of them was Anushka. There's an article about this. And anyway, she recently did an article, an interview with the Young Turks. And she mentioned there's a couple very interesting moments here that I wanted to go over. So let's just jump right into it. I think the first one is around 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Here we go. All right.
Product. And as the girls aged out, they weren't then...
You know what? Maybe I'll go back a little bit because this part's interesting too. Sorry, gang. Here we go.
Was designed to be like a pedophile ring with clients so that they could blackmail them, or that was the goal.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not sure exactly where to start this, but just to give you context here, this is she's talking about what was Epstein doing here, And like a lot of people will tell you very confidently that Epstein was working for intelligence. In fact, right now it's a lot of Mossad. That's like the popular idea. Epstein was an Israeli intelligence agent, and what he would do is he would trick. He made all these wealthy connections, and he would trick them into, having sex with an underage child, and film them, and then use that as blackmail material, and like give it off to these whatever agencies. And that's not what I believe. That's not my super theory of Jeffrey Epstein. I don't think that's the intent that he had going into these things. I do think that there's some credibility to the fact that he worked with intelligence. He was maybe an informant of some kind to intelligence, or he was providing some of this blackmail material to intelligence. I think that might be the case, but but she is saying what I also personally think, that wasn't the point of it. That wasn't the point of what he and Ghislaine were doing. They were gathering children mostly so that Epstein could himself abuse them. anyway, I think that gives you enough context to understand what she's saying here.
That was not the goal. The goal, this whole system was set up for Jeffrey, for young girls to be provided to Jeffrey. And Ghislaine was the one who was setting that whole thing up. And often it was her idea because she so wanted to please Jeffrey that she was going out and finding these girls. Now, that doesn't mean that as a byproduct, and as the girls aged out, they weren't then passed off to other perhaps significant friends or business connections of both Jeffrey and Ghislaine.
So were there other men?
Interesting question. So, you know, like, and I do think that this is like important here. It's like Epstein was abusing 3 girls a day, every day. There's thousands of girls here. This was not like necessarily something that he was, I don't know, like it doesn't seem, at least, like the purpose, the originating purpose to his actions was in order to entrap powerful people. It doesn't seem like that to me. And this is what Anushka believes as well. And I think that's good to get out there. But then Cenk, you know, credit to Cenk, asked a good question. But were there other men who Epstein did traffic women to? Let's see.
There were other men, yes. That wasn't the main setup. So the idea of a client list is not actually a physical thing where somewhere we're going to find this list and it's sort of, you know, you unroll the scroll and it goes all the way down to the floor. There are a few people. I think the main.
This is exactly what I said about the Epstein list back in the day on my first stream. There's not a literal list, but yes, he did traffic women or girls to powerful men.
Main thing to think about here is not so much a client list, although yes, we would love for those men to be held accountable, but it's more the people who enabled this. And this is like, if you look at following the money, because there's a bunch of money out there.
Right.
Okay? There's a bunch of people who facilitated this. Look at the people who were closest to Jeffrey, closest to Ghislaine, the people who enabled this, not the lower, you know, sort of the staff on a lower level, because really you can see them as kind of being victimized also by fear, by intimidation. But look at the people who helped him run his operation, and then look for where his money went.
Right, but none of those men have been prosecuted. Has the government?
So anyway, I just thought that was super interesting. I thought that was really interesting. So, okay, so you guys are talking about the other video here. Yes, okay, so Skeletino. I think the biggest difference between his bid and yours is the timing. The last section, I learned a new shit about a fellow you didn't talk about, and that was John Casablancas. So I actually thought really hard. Like, I wanted to include a bunch of Casablancas stuff in my video, but the video was already really long, and Casablancas is like another pedophile in the modeling industry who, like, he's John Casablancas. He ran, I believe it was Elite Models. He's the guy who originated the term supermodel. I could talk about him for a while. He's Julian Casablancas' dad. Interesting guy. And he was like best friends with Donald Trump, like before in like the 80s, you know, like when Trump was kind of like no one, like he would hang out at like Studio 60 and like women were kind of put off by him. He didn't have any rich friends. John Casablancas was like, I can see the potential in you. Yeah, come hang out with me. Come hang out with me. And he would like introduce him to models, bring him to all these modeling parties and stuff. I didn't include anything about him in the thing because this is just like this is like another Jeffrey Epstein basically before Jeffrey Epstein, who Trump hung out with a lot. There's a really good article in The Guardian about this Look of the Year contest, which was like a contest between like young models in that Casablancas held in Brazil, where he was married to his like 17-year-old girlfriend, I think she was, who he called she's beautiful and like she's a woman and a child or something like that. I forget. He was like he was a pedophile. He's like kind of an open pedophile and very close friends with Donald Trump. When Ivanka Trump became a model, when she was 15, Trump was like, I'm going to set you up with my buddy John Casablancas. And he sent her right over to Elite Models to be managed by this dude who everyone knew at this point was a pedophile. There's a lot to say about Casablancas. I don't know that there's anything really like connecting Casablancas to Epstein specifically. I mean, I'd be surprised if there wasn't. Obviously, they had a lot in common, but yeah, you know what I'm saying. Oh, interesting. If you haven't seen Degenerate 2 from the birthday book was Harry Joe Coco Brown Jr., real estate developer and son of the Hollywood producer of the same name and an actress. Really? Okay, cool. Good to know. I'm just going to do sorry. I'm just going to like file that away because that sounds interesting. Maybe that sounds interesting, but it sounds like something I might have to get into another day. There's one other part of this thing that's actually super relevant to our interests. Where is it? It is at 23 minutes in about. And this is where they ask her about Trump. And if you watch the stream I did with Presidential Penis, we were like, sure. And we really looked into it. Like, there's something going on with Trump, Epstein, and Ghislaine and Anushka DeGiorgio. So here's what she says about this.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's so sick. I mean, it's sick to drug the whole thing is sick, but the fact that he like made it known that he wanted, these girls to be fully cognizant of what was happening is just, there's like something really twisted about that.
Yeah, so I don't know if you're allowed to talk about it, but in all those interactions over the 10 years, did you ever see Trump at any of these parties?
I didn't see Trump at any of the parties. I was introduced to Trump by Ghislaine Maxwell at a party in Manhattan when I was about 20 years old. And this is something that's been documented, in fact, by the Mirror, which ironically used to, well, or maybe not ironically, was owned by Robert Maxwell previously.
Right.
The Mirror.
This is the article, and you know what? I should pull it up here. This is the article that Presidential Penis and I were like obsessed with. From the Sunday Mirror. Let me find it 1 second, guys. There it is. Okay. Anushka DeGiorgio. It's the article titled "How Sweet Trump's Brit of All Right," and here is the original scan of it that was actually done by my friend of the show, Presidential Penis. How sweet Trump's Brit of All Right. So there's young Anushka, party girl. Just weeks after ditching his second wife, America's best-known billionaire Donald Trump has fallen under the spell of a 20-year-old English girl. Yada, yada, yada. So he met London model Anushka DeGiorgio at a party in Manhattan. So this is, I'll just read this one more paragraph. This is crazy. This is like bonkers. This is crazy go nuts. Several American millionaires already had their eyes on Anushka, but she was there with Robert Maxwell's daughter, Ghislaine, who has introduced several of her attractive friends to the property developer, that being Trump. So this is the article that she's talking about. It's from 1997, probably before we knew anything about Ghislaine Maxwell or Epstein or whatever. At least what we know now. But so this is the article she's talking about here. So there's actually an article about it.
Well, or maybe not ironically, was owned by Robert Maxwell previously.
Right.
The Sunday Mirror, she's talking about the Mirror was owned by Robert Maxwell.
The Mirror wrote a story about Ghislaine introducing me to Trump at a New York Manhattan event. And the article describes incorrectly a bunch of things that happened subsequently.
I wish I knew what exactly she's talking about, but that's interesting too. The article describes some things that happened after. Okay.
And I mean, for clarity, I'm interested in the truth. Whether or not the truth suits my narrative, I'm here for the truth.
Right.
And there was a lot of misinformation.
I like that. Attitude. That's sort of the attitude that I have. I like to think anyway.
Within that article. And in that situation, I was very much brought to Trump as some kind of offering by Ghislaine.
Crazy thing to say. I was brought to Trump as some kind of offering. Right, Mark said it here. She's introduced as an offering, which is an interesting way to put it. And I've never heard her speak about this before. This is like big news, or to me it is. I don't know if anybody else cares, but this is big news. This is like what we assumed, but like, yeah.
Maxwell, like setting up like a date, right? Trump did not behave in any way inappropriately with me.
Okay.
And that's the truth. That doesn't mean that there weren't other inappropriate things that were done, but that was my experience, right?
So you got the sense that you were given it as an offering, but Trump was at that point in time, for whatever reason, was not interested.
That's right.
Okay.
So that's interesting. We have this is new information, so it's hard to piece things together here. Let me think for a second here. So she's always spoken like generally positively about Trump. There was that interview that she did where she said that he was really nice. She met him at this Bulgari party. He was really nice to her. And then later she was like, oh, he was just a rich man trying to take advantage of a pretty young girl. Like he wasn't actually interested in what I was talking about. Like he felt weird about it. Yeah, she's got the Daenerys Targaryen eyebrows. Actually, good point. Dark eyebrows, blonde hair. Hey, listen, it's okay. It's okay to dye your brows. I would never say anything against that. Oh, why can't I zoom out? Come on now. There we go. Wait, what was I saying? I got distracted by the eyebrows. Trying to put things together here. Yeah, so it seems like Trump didn't do anything. Trump didn't like assault her or anything like that. There is another article that we have. I think it's from OK Magazine that talks about how they went out to dinner a few times. So it seems like they technically like dated. Like they went on a couple dates. Vicky Ward says that she heard a rumor. And Vicky Ward is not the most reliable person in Epstein stuff, but she's reported a lot about this story. Just the Epstein story in general. She said that she heard a rumor that Trump had bought Anushka a ring, like a precious diamond ring of some kind. But I mean, that is probably not true based on what she's saying here. That Trump wasn't interested in her. And she said, and Anushka says that she attended Trump's wedding to Melania. So yeah, it doesn't seem like this isn't like a Katie Johnson sort of situation where it's like, no, Trump like sexually assaulted me. This is like, yeah, I was given to Trump as an offering, but the other stuff in the article, and the article here says what happened after that was that they flew to Florida, the Mar-a-Lago, the Sunshine State. They flew there, and then he flew her back to New York and installed her in one of Donald's many apartments. Maybe that's not true. Like that might not be the case. I would guess maybe it's more likely that like they did meet at this Bulgari party in New York. We know that she was in New York at the time. We have like the flight records of her going there in the first place. There's no evidence that she went to Mar-a-Lago. In fact, in her testimony at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, she talks about how the first and only time she ever went to Palm Beach, she went to Epstein's house. So that wouldn't make sense if she had been to Mar-a-Lago as well, unless it was like the same visit. Anyway, there's like it says, yeah. So I mean, maybe we learned that. I mean, nothing's for sure, but maybe we've learned that like the second half of this article is not true. But it is interesting. Like Mark said, Mark J7828, saying that you were given to Donald Trump as an offering by Ghislaine Maxwell that's very interesting. Yeah. Vicky Ward appeared in the recently released 2001 Black Book. Oh, interesting. And I guess that was like while she was writing the Vanity Fair article. I mean, she knew Ghislaine before that. She was like friends with Ghislaine. She liked Ghislaine, and she wrote an article like kind of late in the game where she was like, full disclosure, I actually really like Ghislaine. Ghislaine's cool. Is Vicky Ward British? I can't picture her voice right now. I don't know if you could tell, I started doing a British accent. I feel like Vicky Ward is British. Vicky Ward, Ghislaine Maxwell. I like her. Just going to search that up real quick. Vicky Ward. I don't know. Okay, well, this is her thing. I don't know if this is like from last year. I like her. No, it's not there. Let me put that one in quotes. Okay, we're on here. Full disclosure, I like her. Okay, fine. Finally. Oh, it's funny. Guess who this link is from? Presidential Penis. Friend of the show. Where is the thing? Oh, Presidential Penis. Vicky Ward. Okay, I'm trying to find the actual article, but I can't. It's just going to take me too long. Vicky Ward's been central to the painting the love or lifestyle picture of Guylaine. Rewatch the Netflix special word for word. She repeats it. She wrote this absolute travesty in 2011, which has since been removed from the Vanity Fair website. So this is from Archive, Internet Archive. Vicky Ward's article on Guylaine. Listen to this. And this is by Vicky Ward. She's talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. So I wrote a piece for Vanity Fair in 2003 called The Talented Mr. Epstein. It was largely a business piece that focused on his mysterious exit from Bear Stearns in 1981. Let me zoom in a bit for you guys. And his close relationships with Jimmy Kane, that's the guy from Bear Stearns, Les Wexner, chairman of Limited Brands, that's the Victoria's Secret guy, and above all, the man who claimed to be his mentor, Stephen Jude Hoffenberg, who's currently serving a 20-year jail sentence for bilking investors in Towers Financial out of $450 million. The piece alluded to Epstein's great friendship with Maxwell, how she introduced him to young women with whom he had sexual relationships. But in the end, the story didn't really go there, focusing instead on the issue that remains a mystery: how Jeffrey made his money and how Ghislaine made hers. This part's wild. This is not to say I didn't hear stories about the girls. I did, but not by the girls. She means like the underage children, sex trafficking victims. But not knowing quite whom to believe, I concentrated on the financial mystery instead. But now the women have come back, and people want to know, especially the British, who is she? So she's like, okay, you want to know who Ghislaine is? Let me tell you. Bizarrely, I have gotten to know Jeffrey and Ghislaine far better after my piece than before. I kept running into both of them separately at parties. Jeffrey's not a social animal, so he usually has a couple young women with him who stand 2 feet behind him as if serving a monarch. Do they speak? I remember asking him once, nodding at his lookalike blondes. He laughed. Not like you, Vicky. Okay, great. Oh my God. This is annoying. Okay, here we go. So she talks about Jeffrey Epstein and how he's funny and cool and like interesting. And then she's like, and Ghislaine, full disclosure, I like her. Most people in New York do. It's almost impossible not to. This is in 2011. This is like after he's been in jail and gotten out. This is during Epstein's rehabilitation campaign, where he starts donating money to Harvard and hanging out with, Steven Pinker and Stephen Hawking and other Steven scientists. So yeah, I mean, like to be fair, like a lot of people did find Ghislaine very charming, but this is such a shameless article. It understandably has been taken down from the Vanity Fair website. As you can see, this is a link to the Internet Archive. Notes on New York's oddest alliance. Yeah. Yeah, it's so it's brutal. Yeah, she is British, right? Yeah, I knew it. And that's why she was friends with Ghislaine too. And she's like, oh, another Brit of all right, just like me. Yeah. All right. But guys, that's kind of what I wanted to talk about with the, Vicky, you might want to ignore your instincts about people forever. Yeah, no, I don't think that's bad advice. Okay. Now, what I really wanted to talk about, I wanted to talk about that. Don't get me wrong. But there's been some apparently I say crazy too much. I'm trying to stop saying crazy. Also, sorry, this is also on a weird archive page, so the formatting is totally off. But it'll be fine once you get into the body of the article. Bloomberg, you may remember Michael Bloomberg, America's sweetheart, heartthrob, billionaire, ran for president, lost. This is a guy who, this is a guy. What am I talking about? Bloomberg. Okay, no, I'm not talking about Bloomberg, but this is his article. This is his periodical. And there's some interesting shit that they found. Apparently Bloomberg has gotten their hands on a massive stack of emails from Jeffrey Epstein. They got like his personal emails. And let's just read this. It's from a certain period in his life. It's from 2002 until 2022, which is funny because he died in 2019. So it's, I guess they got a bunch of like the whatever automatic subscription emails he was getting. But it's mostly apparently most active between 2005 and 2008. So this is how they vetted the Epstein emails they got. I don't know if this is interesting, but we examined the emails themselves as well as all enclosures to the emails. 4 independent experts reviewed our methods and said they aligned with best practices. Okay, great. We did find evidence that some emails had been deleted. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's interesting that they found stuff that's been deleted. What's all this? Oh, did it not load the whole article? Wait, let me try again. Is that it? It looks like there's more, doesn't it? Hang on a minute. There. No. Honestly, this part is not as important. Okay, we've detected unusual activity from your computer network. Okay, whatever. They got emails, whatever. We'll skip over that. And here's I believe this is the first article they put out about this, and this is about Peter Mandelson, who we've talked about before, the prominent Labour politician who was named British ambassador to the U.S. this year, expressed steadfast support and offered to discuss Epstein's now infamous 2008 case with his contacts. So when the Epstein birthday book came out, Peter Mandelson had sent him this multi-page like picture book story of how wonderful Epstein was and how yummy it was to hang out on his island and how he's got such interesting friends and just like weird shit. And then Bloomberg put out this article, and this article actually led to Peter Mandelson being fired. And he wasn't just like working at Best Buy. This guy was the ambassador, the UK ambassador to the US, which is interesting. You know, they made one Epstein friend ambassador while another Epstein friend was, of course, the US president. So on Thursday, so this is the update here. On Thursday, Peter Mandelson was fired as UK ambassador to the US. This is like, after this article came out. The government cited the emails published in this story. Here's the statement in full. The emails show the depth and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is materially different from that known at the time of his appointment. In particular, Mandelson's suggestion that Epstein's first conviction was wrongful and should be challenged is new information. Excuse me. In light of that, and mindful of the victims of Epstein's crimes, he's been withdrawn as ambassador with immediate effect. All right. So let's get into the shit that they found here. The day before Jeffrey Epstein reported to a Florida jail in June 2008 to begin serving time for soliciting sex from a minor. Yes, that was the charge, even though they had him dead to rights on running a vast pyramid scheme of sexual abuse. He received an outraged message from a friend, anguished at the injustice of it all. I think the world of you. I think the world of you. I don't actually know how he talks. I just assume he talks like this. I think the world of you, and I feel helpless and furious about what has happened, Peter Mandelson wrote in an email obtained by Bloomberg News. I can still barely understand it. It just could not happen in Britain. Look at Jimmy Savile, for goodness sake. He gets away with it. We are a much better country. I believe they didn't publish that last part, but that's what I think he probably said too. At the time, Mandelson was European Commissioner for Trade. Today, he's the UK's ambassador in Washington, the most prestigious posting in Britain's diplomatic service, and the latest in a decades-long career of high-profile positions in government and politics. Wow. And so they included a couple clips from, this was that picture book I was saying he put in the birthday book. But wherever he is in the world, he remains my best pal. And there's another one, this one. Oh, it's like something like, he'd come and visit every so often, and then he'd leave. He's leaving you with some interesting friends to entertain instead. And there we go. Okay, so Epstein brought these people over, an interesting friend. It doesn't, Oh, they didn't include the craziest page. Did they? Maybe later they do? No, they don't. Okay. Well, the craziest page is when it shows the island and it says, "Oh, there's a crazy." What is it? I can pull it up. 1 second. There's a really nuts page about the island where he's like, "Oh, and he'd bring me to the he'd let his friends stay at his properties," and he's like, "Yum yum." Where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, no, I do have it. Hang on 1 second. 1 second. We are going down. Here we go. This is it. Or in one of his glorious homes he likes to share with his friends. Yum, yum. Yum, yum. Like it's one thing to say, Epstein, you're one of my best friends. Another thing to be like, oh, you've got such interesting friends. It's another thing to be like, oh, yum, yum. You let me stay in your house. Yum, yum. Listen, I've had friends let me crash. I've been to friends' place. My friends have let me, even stay there when they're not at home. Like, and I write a thank you message. Like I'm gracious. I'm a gracious guest. But yum yum is such a strange way of saying that. Such a strange way of expressing your whatever gratitude. Yes, is that what I sound like? Yo, that's funny. I sound like Merlin from Sword in the Stone. It's funny because I watched that movie, was one of my like 5 VHS tapes as a kid, and I've seen that movie probably 200 times, and I do that voice a lot. I only am now realizing that must be where I got it from. Oh yes, I'm Peter Mandelson, Merlin. All right, where were we? Where the heck were we? Oh yes, the Bloomberg stuff. So yeah, they showed a couple pages from his thing. Now, Bloomberg News has obtained more than 100 previously unreported emails between Epstein and Mandelson from 2005 through 2010, casting new light on the relationship between the two men and showing that it was deeper than previously known. That connection continued long after Epstein's behavior made blah, 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 blah. Okay, so here's the thing he sent him like right before he... is this like the day before he gets arrested? Epstein gets put in jail? Mandelson sends him this. Reminder, you are fighting back, so you need strategy, strategy, strategy. Remember the art of war. I like how Epstein and all his friends are like, like just fucking pseudo-intellectuals. Like, the art of war, how is that he's, okay. I don't know. I have read The Art of War, and I do sometimes think about it and use its advice. So maybe I'm being a hypocrite. No, I didn't want to do that. There we go. Okay. And he offered to discuss Epstein's legal play with one or more of his contacts, although it's unclear who that was. Referred to it in one cryptic exchange. Epstein referred to an upcoming meeting between his lawyer and someone he called Mr. Big, and told Mandelson, "I need your guy to remind him one time before the meeting, then we are done." Mandelson replied, "I will get a message. He is traveling at moment. Neither Mr. Big nor your guy are named." That's interesting. Interesting, but it's also kind of nothing. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. He did not dispute the veracity of the messages. When Mandelson wrote to say he was going through a terrible situation. "Oh, you're going through a terrible situation, Jeffrey." Epstein called him the emails show. Mandelson arranged to send Epstein a book, and Epstein bought Mandelson a camera. Okay, cool. Friends buying each other stuff. Most of the messages are short and breezy, but Mandelson's June 2008 email on the day before Epstein reported to jail stands out. "You have to be incredibly resilient. Fight for earlier release and be philosophical about it as much as you can. This whole thing has been years of torture, and now you have to show the world how big a person you are and how strong," Mandelson wrote. "Your friends stay with you and love you." Weird. Epstein's 13-month stay in prison has since become infamous. All right, we're going to skip over this. Blah, 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 blah. Mandelson came to prominence in the mid to late 1990s. He was, I believe, was he ambassador to Ireland or something in the 90s, 2000s? At the same time, Epstein was friends with the Prime Minister of Ireland. British socialite with blah, 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 blah. Okay, the first message in the cache between Epstein and Mandelson is from October 2005. Mandelson had been European Commissioner for Trade for less than a year. Epstein had not been charged with any crimes. In public, he was known only as a wealthy but mysterious financier with extensive ties to politicians, celebrities, and Wall Street's elite. The emails in this story are published as they were written, complete with typos and grammatical errors, which Epstein did not know how to spell anything. He did not even know how to spell his own name, literally. This is from Mandelson. When are you going to the island at Christmas? I'm having trouble getting air tickets to St. Bart's and was wondering about going via US, New York, or Miami. But this also may be difficult because of availability of BA miles. What are your plans and how do I fit into them? God, that is so pathetic. What are your plans and how do I fit into them? That is like, this is a first email too. He's like, I really want to be your friend, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, what are your plans and how can I be one of your friends, please? He replied that he'd be going there in December and added, I can pay for your tickets if needed. Here's a photo of Epstein and Mandelson hanging out on a different Caribbean island on December 27, 2005. Emails don't confirm who paid for the tickets. Oh, yikes. Rough, guys. That is rough. This is May 2006 again, so we're going ahead here. He got charged with stuff. Mandelson messaged him. Well, like, wait a second. Does it say when this was? 2006? December 27th, 2006? Yeah, this guy was like hanging out with Epstein on like, not Boxing Day, but like the Boxing Day of Boxing Day. You know, and like this guy was very likely hanging out with Epstein, spending his Christmas with Epstein. Like that's intense. That's a high level of friendship. I don't hang out with. I have friends who I love. I have acquaintances who I love. I don't hang out with them on Christmas. I'm hanging out with my family, my girlfriend's family, my girlfriend. Like I don't. Yeah, this is crazy. Anyway, so this is after they get the probable cause affidavit on Epstein. Mandelson messaged him, "What's cooking?" as the children like to say. What's cooking? I am in London, public holiday, heading back to BXL in a few hours. P. What's BXL? I don't know. Attempting to set up another prosecutor meeting. I'm following you closely and here whenever you need, Mandelson responded. The next month he was back in touch. Worried I haven't heard from you. Are you seeing them off and winning? He wrote. Epstein replied with a missive declaring that the prosecutors had erred. This is from Epstein. So this is like during the trial. So this is interesting. This is this is like sort of a glimpse inside Epstein's mind in the during his hour of darkness here when he was being prosecuted. I find this impossible to believe, but the district attorney said yesterday that he had the wrong facts and that even the allegations were much different than he thought. He was embarrassed. I'm going to read all the typos. He was embarrassed and said that the worst they would do would charge solicitation, but 2 weeks. Decide whether to drop it altogether. A month later, on the same day Epstein was arrested and charged, Mandelson was pressing for updates. Keep me posted. Where are you next week? All bad, New York Post says solicited a prostitute, Epstein replied. New York Post published a story about Epstein under the headline Mystery Mogul's Teen Sex Secret Buried in Probe. While Mandelson kept an eye on Epstein, blah, 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 blah. Later that, oh my God. So he's messaging. So this is like Epstein's going through like, the hardest part of his life. And yet still Mandelson comes off like more upset and like pathetic about this. Please stick with me through this. That's Mandelson saying that to Epstein? Bro, like Epstein needs friends right now. You think, Epstein's not going to want to be my friend now that he's a cool sex criminal. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not English. I don't know anything about Mandelson. I mean, I know he's gay. So that, like, I should mention that Mandelson at least as far as we know, a gay man. So it's unlikely that he was being trafficked the girls. But God, this guy comes off like a fucking loser, you know? Like, Jesus. Like, even if this wasn't to Epstein, if this was to anyone, like if this was to somebody who was actually cool and like that I liked, I'd be like, oh God, that's how they were sending it to him? Anyway, just like so like fawning and obsequious. Yeah. Needy much? Exactly. So they go back and forth. We've got Mr. Big as a meeting Thursday. We don't know who that is. Oh wait, he met with Bush? Wait, Bush who? Does it say Bush? Yeah, okay. So at the time, he Lefkowitz. Okay. Oh, so maybe Mr. Big is. Okay. A week later, Epstein told Manson an unidentified would meet with Jay Lefkowitz, who's one of his defense lawyers. Lefke is the way Mr. Big refers to him. Lefke is the way Mr. Big refers to him. Okay. And Lefkowitz had been a senior advisor to former U.S. President George W. Bush's administration. In January 2008, he was serving as official U.S. envoy for human rights in North Korea, while simultaneously working as a partner at law firm Kirkland & Ellis. He would not be widely reported as one of Epstein's main attorneys in the Florida case until 2015. So, Lefke is the way Mr. Big refers to him. Lefkowitz. Okay. So, does that mean Mr. Big is George Bush? And this is 2008, so Bush would have been president at the time. Oh, so did he want Bush to help him out in the... Whoa, okay, this is crazy. Sorry, guys. I don't know if I'm not thinking out loud enough. I don't know if this is like clear. But so this is during Epstein's trial when he says things aren't going well. One of his lawyers is Jay Lefkowitz, who had been friends with George Bush, or not friends. He'd worked for George Bush. He was the envoy to North Korea, and a senior advisor to former U.S. President George W. Bush's administration. Oh, this is January 2008. So this is still while Bush was president. He was serving as official U.S. envoy for human rights in North Korea, while working as a partner at law firm Kirkland & Ellis. So he was still working in the Bush administration. He would not be widely reported. Okay. And Lefke is the way Mr. Big refers to him. Doesn't Lefke seem like a George Bush nickname? Like, what are some nicknames that George Bush nicknames that George Bush had for people? I know he called Karl Rove Turd Sandwich. Yeah, for example, okay, check this out, gang. This is just from AI, but sorry, like, this is true. I only, okay, this is great, actually. Wikipedia page. List of nicknames used by George W. Bush. Okay, so his dad, he called Pappy. That's Pappy Bush. Hey, that's Pappy Bush. I used to be able to do a George Bush accent. Let me see if I can do it. Now I need to make sure we know. We got to stop these terrorist killers. We got to, like, what does he say? We got to stop these terrorist killers from using their nuclear weapons. Now, you fool me once, shame on you. As the old saying goes, fool me two times. You can't be, you got to be, you're not going to get fooled. If somebody is a fool and they get fooled by me, that's twice. So you better not wait around for number 3. Now watch this drive. There we go. I don't know. I swear during the Bush administration, I had a better accent. It's been a while. I'm rusty on it. But anyway, these are his nicknames, right? This is his dad, Pappy. That's Pappy Bush. His, who's this? First lady. Yeah, okay. His wife, Bushy. I call her Bushy. It's my wife. I call her Bushy. Bushy. Calls his wife. Jean Chrétien, that's a Canadian Prime Minister. Count Dino. Vladimir Putin, he calls him Pooty Poot. That's Pooty Poot. Ostrich legs. Ostrich legs Putin. Hey, look. Hey, look who's here. It's Pooty Poot. Now the party's getting started. Hey, Bandar bin Sultan, the Saudi Arabian ambassador, he called him Bandar Bush. He's like, welcome to the family. This is the guy who 9/11 happens to, by the way. Tony Blair, landslide. John Howard, Man of Steel. Junichiro Koizumi, Junie. Dick Cheney called Big Time, Vice. Donald Rumsfeld, Rummy. Israel Hernandez, Izzy. Karl Rove, Turd Blossom. This is his best one. Calling Karl Rove Turd Blossom. Also, Boy Genius is very funny. Condoleezza Rice, Condi. Dan Bartlett, Barty. Danny Boy, Dan the Man. Ari Fleischer, Ari Bob. Like all of the, like Michael D. Brown, Brownie. Okay, all right. Jonathan Horn, Horny. Hey, there's Horny. Ronnie Jackson, he called Scroat. These are fun. I forgot how fun these are. Amazing. But yeah, he had nicknames for these people. And now, so Lefke is the way Mr. Big refers to him. This is January 2008. This is while fucking Lefkowitz is working for Epstein and George W. Bush, the American president. Lefke is the way Mr. Big refers to him. That's, for me, that's all I need to hear. Lefke is the way Mr. Big refers to him. This could be the this could be the new theory about why Epstein got off so easy. Is pressure put on the fucking case from Bush, from George W. Bush. That's nuts. Also, I have to add Jay Lefkowitz to my Epstein affiliations list. This is crazy. Guys, did that worked for Bush and Epstein's trial simultaneously? I didn't spell simultaneously right, but whatever. Simultaneously. Okay, I just kind of mixed up the letters in the middle. Yeah, that's nuts, guys. That's nuts. I know the big thing was like Vicky Ward, again, not the most reliable person in this whole case. Vicky Ward reported that someone, didn't say who, someone in the Trump administration had told her that Acosta told him that he was told to back off because Epstein was intelligence. That's what we heard from Vicky Ward from some unnamed person. Now, it seems very unlikely that, it seems very likely that the person Vicky Ward talked to was Steve Bannon, who'd been kicked out of the Trump administration and was actually a very good friend of Epstein's at that time and was just trying to fuck over Trump and kind of like playing 4D chess or whatever. And I feel like that's something that everyone has sort of latched onto and thinks is totally true. That Acosta was told to back off of Epstein because he was intelligence. Acosta's never confirmed this. He's never confirmed or denied it, which is interesting. He talks about it and he's like, I can't comment on that. That's weird. But it's such a weak thread. And a lot of people pin their entire understanding of the Epstein case on that. But yeah, I don't know. This is another possibility that like Lefkowitz, who was one of Epstein's defense lawyers working for Kirkland and Ellis with Dershowitz, Ken Starr, the whole gang of pals. Lefkowitz was the fucking North Korean envoy, whatever, was part of the George Bush's senior administration, was close to Bush. What if Lefkowitz asked Bush to put pressure on Acosta? What if that's what it was? What if maybe Vicky Ward isn't to be trusted? Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know. For me, this opens up quite a bit here. Anyway, all right. So there's no further discussion in the emails about whether that meeting took place. Lefkowitz was in Washington on the next Thursday. There he delivered a speech about North Korea. Full scheduling in Washington isn't public, but years later he confirmed he met with Bush at the White House that night, where the two discussed the speech. Come on now. Come on now. That's got to be Bush. Lefke? That's got to be Bush. Another cryptic email came that June. As British Prime Minister Gordon Brown prepared to meet Bush in Washington, Epstein messaged Mandelson, "Your boy is meeting tomorrow with B." With B? Oh, okay, that's Gordon Brown, I guess. Oh no, that's Bush. B. Like could be big, Mr. Big, right? If he gets a chance, he could remind Josh Bolton, Bush's chief of staff. It's unclear from the email what precisely Epstein wanted Brown to remind Bolton of. Yo, this is it, guys. This is it. This is the case. This is the Bush administration getting pressure from Epstein, from Lefkowitz, from Mandelson, from Bolton, your boy. And your boy was, I guess, Gordon Brown. He could remind Josh Bolton. Oh, but Mandelson replied to say that wouldn't be possible. In fact, he'd met him this morning. It was one-on-one, I think, so no Josh. Through a spokeswoman, Bolton said he had no recollection of anyone ever raising Epstein's case with him, nor to his knowledge with President Bush. This is a really interesting, this is a different narrative than what we're used to hearing about the Epstein case. But look at this, eh? This is a fucking, we're watching Epstein pull strings here. So interesting. Later that month, Epstein pleaded guilty and began his prison sentence. That's when Mandelson emailed him to say, "I think the world of you." Like, Jesus Christ, crazy shit here. While incarcerated, Epstein still had access to a computer. He came up with another idea for how Mandelson could help him. Did you come across Governor Christ from Florida? He is Europe on a trade mission, Epstein wrote. He would be instrumental in a pardon as I pled guilty to a state offense. How are you, tell me more. Florida Governor Carly Christ spent 4 days in the UK as part of that trade mission. There was no response from Mandelson. Chris told Bloomberg he had no recollection of hearing from Mandelson about Epstein, yada, yada, yada. Of course, but that's what everybody says. So, it's hard to be sure. This is the last email the men would exchange in the cash obtained by Bloomberg, but a hand of emails released in a separate lawsuit in 2023 show that Epstein and Mandelson remained in touch until at least 2012. Wow. That's crazy. I don't really understand what are these different email caches? What's going on with that? Okay, in June 2009, Epstein wrote to was that while he's in prison or is that the month he gets out of prison? I forget. He wrote to a senior executive at JP Morgan, Jess Staley, and this is the guy who we've seen those emails where Jess Staley's like, I had a great time with Snow White. And Epstein's like, and which character would you like next? And he's like, Beauty and the Beast. And he's like, well, one side of that can be arranged. That one, that's Jess Staley. He boasted of Mandelson's influence. He said, for all intents and purposes, Peter Mandelson is now Deputy Prime Minister, Epstein wrote. Okay, skipping ahead here, guys. Don't want to spend forever on this, but wow, what an insane article. A few months later, Staley forwarded Epstein an email he'd received from Mandelson discussing opportunities in the Republic of Congo for the bank. God, Epstein was just fucking doing everything. This just seems like all the fucking the little octopus tendrils Epstein had out. Like, this is worthy of a massive conspiracy, like, bulletin board. It's crazy that we actually have the proof of, like, the documentary evidence on this now. Because all we could do for so long is just speculate. Nuts. Wow. So they talk about how Mandelson's relationship with Epstein re-entered the news this week with this birthday book. A picture of Mandelson in a bathrobe chatting with Epstein. It adds, wherever he is in the world, he remains my best pal. On Wednesday, lawmakers in Westminster peppered Starmer with questions about Mandelson. The ambassador has repeatedly expressed his deep regret for his association with him. Starmer said, he's right. Okay, Starmer. He's right to do so. I have confidence in him, and he's playing an important role in the UK-US relationship. Wow. Amazing. Beauty and the Beast equals donkey show. Mandelson is like a massive dude in the UK. He was, until like 2 weeks ago, the UK ambassador to the US, until this article came out and sort of showed that he was, not only was he like a friend of Jeffrey Epstein, it seemed like he would do anything for Jeffrey Epstein and was willing to like interfere in international fucking, like, you know, politics, geopolitics, and get the UK prime minister to say shit to George Bush, and may have been involved in like helping Epstein get away with his like minor guilty plea. That's nuts. All right. That's Peter Mandelson. So that's just one of these articles. There's a few here. There's a few. Here's one about Ghislaine Maxwell that they dropped on the same day. It looks like it's September 11th. Was that Mandelson one September 11th? No, September 10th, but then they updated it when he got fired the next day. So this Ghislaine Maxwell one is quite interesting because it goes over a lot of shit that Ghislaine has been saying in her trial, in any kind of public facing thing she's got, but most notably, most freshest in our memory was her interview with Todd Blanche. Oh, I don't even know Jeffrey Epstein. I barely even met him. I was simply his house manager. We dated a little bit, if you can even call it that. He cheated on me a lot, and I didn't even realize it. But then after that, I was just his house manager. I wasn't even really involved. Yeah, John Casablancas. I mean, that's a whole other guy. I'll have to watch that Jay Aubrey thing. Maybe I should have included stuff about Casablancas in my Trump video, but I just didn't. I couldn't get connected to Epstein. There is like a frame of my my Trump video where like I'm like, there's more about Casablancas, but whatever. And I put up a bunch of shit like on the screen. Like if you pause it, you can read it or you can find the articles I'm referencing. But like, yeah. Any dang ways. Ghislaine Maxwell. She's been trying to distance herself from Jeffrey Epstein. She, according to her telling, she's a one-time girlfriend turned property manager, but she didn't know what was going on. But according to these emails they got, hundreds of emails from Epstein's personal Yahoo account, which haven't been previously reported, it turns out, no, it doesn't seem like the case. The emails, part of a cache of more than 18,000 obtained by Bloomberg News, show that Maxwell and Epstein were closer in many respects than either publicly admitted. Yeah, I mean, Epstein did not like Ghislaine. You can sort of tell from this picture, right? If we were going to do the, like, whatever it is, you know when people draw, like, green and red lines on stuff, and they're like, this is the alpha move. We can sort of see that one of these two is more into the other one, right? This is in the 1990s. Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein had a brief romantic relationship, she said. After that ended, she continued to work as his property manager, according to her. The emails include a spreadsheet itemizing nearly 2,000 gifts, luxury items, and payments, totaling $1.8 million with notations indicating they were intended for Epstein's friends, business associates, and victims. I wish they would release all this stuff. They should make this stuff public. You know, we should be able to go through this stuff. Yeah, I was just his Mossad handler. I mean, property manager, sorry. Sometimes I confuse Mossad with property, you see. All right, so this is, again, guys, this is during Epstein's trial. Very interesting point in his life, during his trial in 2008. Question. Epstein wrote to Maxwell on May 23rd, 2008. This was shortly before, I believe it was June or July, that he got convicted. Which one do you prefer? Lewd and lascivious conduct, or procuring Myers from prostitution? Why does Epstein always put in 2 or 3 commas? That just isn't how you use commas. It's not like ellipses or whatever. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, bro? At the time, he and his star-studded team of defense lawyers were closing in on a generous plea deal with federal and state officials in Florida, and Epstein was trying to negotiate the state charges to which he'd plead guilty. Maxwell's response was matter of fact. I suppose lewd and lascivious conduct. I'd prefer lewd and lascivious conduct with a prostitute if possible. A month later, Epstein pleaded guilty to 2 Florida state charges: felony solicitation of prostitution and procurement of minors to engage in prostitution. He also registered as a sex offender, and I believe he was only charged with one of those. Maxwell's attorney, David Marcus, did not respond to questions about his client's email correspondence with Epstein. And why isn't... Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, why don't I have David Marcus on my list too? Sorry, guys. I got my list here. If you'll notice, some of these people's names are being highlighted in yellow. That's my... I have like an internet extension that like... I mostly don't use it when I'm reading Epstein articles. It's mostly when I'm reading other articles. Their name will pop up and I'm like, oh shit, that person has something to do with Epstein? Okay, let me look into like what that is. Because you'd be surprised. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be. Epstein had a lot of powerful friends, and it comes up quite a bit in the news. But anyway, over 2 decades, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to skip through this a little bit here. Riddled with typos, unfinished thoughts, and missing punctuation, the emails are hardly the final word on Epstein. They do not provide complete answers for some of the most persistent questions surrounding his case, including how Epstein amassed his fortune, and no evidence that prominent public figures were sexually abusing minors. There are indications that many of the emails were deleted. Also, this Yahoo account is one of multiple email accounts Epstein used for different purposes. Nevertheless, this particular trove contains revelatory, often disturbing details about the intricate facets of Epstein's life. And it showcases Epstein's idiosyncrasies, his indignation as he's being investigated, and his callousness towards the young women, many of them teenagers, who entered his world. Oh shit, I did not see that to the Finland station. I think I can, wait, hang on a second. Yo, Finland, let me add you as a moderator. Okay, you're a moderator now, I think. You're a standard moderator, whatever that means. Please don't delete my channel. I don't know, whatever. But you should be able to post links, I think. Try posting a link, because I would like to read that. I didn't see. It's based on the Ehud Barak emails. Cool. Which we do have. We do have those in full. But this is about Ghislaine Maxwell, this section here. One moment, Epstein's musing about the genetics of beauty with a respected neuroscientist, or showering praise on the women in his life. You are the most important person to me, he wrote to one of his assistants, Nadia Marchenkova, whose lawyer has said she was a victim of Epstein's sexual abuse. The next, he's berating the same woman in a 425-word diatribe for her reluctance to dance, work out, engage in fun sex things, and manage his stress. You should be ashamed of yourself. Or registering displeasure after receiving a photograph of a 21-year-old woman from one of his female contacts asking, what do you think? Fat and Asian. Sorry. He replied, sorry. Yeah, no, Epstein liked pretty much one type of person. Thin, blonde, waifish, child-looking ladies, girls, children, I should say. Yeah, no, Nadia has been very much out of the public eye. I tend to think that I definitely can believe that she started as a victim, but I think that she's like much more guilty than a lot of the other people involved. I'd have to put together my sources on that, but that's without knowing in advance. Oh, hell yeah. Thanks, Tom. Okay, cool. I got it. I'll get into that in a sec. But this is interesting though. So the emails don't mention President Trump except for 3 minor instances. There's one where there's a list of people. Maybe it's like a list of people going invited to a party being thrown by Epstein. And then he's like, take Trump off that list. And it's in 2005 or something like that. It's like after they had their falling out. But no, we don't have anything on Trump in here. But during Ghislaine's interview with Todd Blanche, she was like, oh, President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me. Trump told reporter that while he's allowed to pardon Maxwell, right now it's inappropriate to talk about it. I'm allowed to do it, but right now let's not talk about it. So it seems like, right before Trump gets out of office, I think at this point it seems pretty likely he's going to throw a bone to his old friend here. This is from 2008. 2008, Maxwell sending Epstein photos from her travels, long after she said that she was not involved with him. Like, we do have shit here. Like, so this is from that Todd Blanche interview. So when he gets out of jail between 2009 or 10 and 2019, what's your relationship with Mr. Epstein? Oh, almost non-existent. Why? I just moved on and I didn't want to have anything to do. I didn't want the drama. I didn't want to be associated with such a man. After Epstein was charged, did you have a conversation with him about the investigation? He never talked to me about it. Did you? I mean, I can't. Let's put it this way. If he did, I have no recollection of it. I mean, I'm sure he must have said, this is all whatever he said, or it's nothing about it. But no. We know now that he was like asking her, what should I be charged with? And she's like, I suppose lewd and lascivious conduct if you must. Right around the time he's being charged. Felony solicitation of prostitution and procurement of minors to engage in prostitution. So anyway, moving on here. About a month before Epstein was to begin serving his jail sentence in the private wing of a Palm Beach county jail, Maxwell took pains to comfort and protect him as his lavish life collapsed around him. I'm devastated. I can't even process. I know this does not help, so I'll stop now. All right, she's getting into Ghislaine Maxwell, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Maxwell's job was to ensure that his environs ran smoothly. What the fuck is an environ? What is this word, Bloomberg? Why are you using your college words on me? I don't know what that means. A surrounding area, especially of a city. Okay, cool. She hired the decorators, gardeners, and chefs to staff Epstein's homes, and the builders and architects. She'd remind Epstein about his assistants' birthdays or pay his butler's Christmas bonus. Staffers who wanted to take vacation went to Maxwell for approval. She'd send requests up the chain to Epstein, who'd sign off with simply yes or fine. Like, she was much more involved than she says she was. From the late 1990s to the early 2000s, Maxwell and Epstein's social circle sometimes included Trump. I mean, that's actually not even true. It's from like 1992. And it's quite often, particularly in 1997 to 1999. They hung out a lot. This is the thing I was just mentioning. There's a list of 51 politicians, business executives, Wall Street power brokers. We don't know why this was going on. This was after he was charged, before he was convicted, whatever. Jess Staley, please review list and add or remove Peeps, Maxwell wrote. Remove Trump, Epstein responded. So we don't know what that is, but yeah, they weren't friends at that time. That's not surprising. We knew that. And okay, this is interesting though. This is interesting. So after Epstein was being investigated, a month before he signed his non-prosecution agreement, this is interesting, and I don't think this looks good for Trump. Ghislaine sends this to Epstein during the trial. This is when they're panicking. Fuck. Are they going to find out about the evil deeds? Are evil about our sins? She messages Epstein, you have to assume they went to Donald Trump then. Gossman, the Dachshund, Whoopaba, Pashchow. We know Pashchow is the guy with the worst. Like, if you took the top 4 worst pages in the Epstein book, they're all Pashchow. They're all, what's his name? Neil Pashchow or Noel Pashchow? It's the one he drew a picture of Epstein, like, giving a lollipop and some balloons to some girls and then getting massaged by a bunch of blondes on his island and being like, what a country. He had the signed check that Trump bought a depreciated woman from Epstein. So they're like, so when Ghislaine Maxwell is like, oh my God, okay, well, you have to assume that these, like, they did not realize they had, like, whatever, just been, let me try to stay on topic here. They didn't realize that they were going to get away basically scot-free, but they were like, okay, you have to assume, let's assume that from the defense's perspective, they're actually trying to win. Was not the case, it turned out. You have to assume they went to Donald Trump then Gossman, the Dachshund, What's WPP? Am I what is that? Shoot, I don't know who that is. But Pashkow. So Trump is in a list with Pashkow. Like, she's worried because she's like, these people know. Okay, sorry, I'll keep reading. The emails indicate that Maxwell may have been referring to a team of reporters covering Epstein who she expected will be seeking information from Trump from Abe Gossman, the late healthcare magnate whose palatial property sold to Trump for $41 million after a heated bidding war with Epstein. From court documents in West Palm Beach. Oh, that's it. The docs in West Palm Beach. Ah, yes. So they got a bunch of shit. They confiscated a bunch of, documents and CDs and like whatever. Photos from his El Brillo Way place in West Palm Beach, just like a 2-minute drive from Mar-a-Lago, and from Joel Pashkow, the Palm Beach Police and Fire Foundation board member who traveled on Epstein's private jet. Yeah, he's a little bit more than that. I mean, that's interesting. I didn't realize he was a Palm Beach Police board member. But this guy was a billionaire. And, like, guys, do I have to go back to the... do I have to go back to the friggin' this guy? The guy who did this. Pashkow. The guy who did that. This guy. This is the guy, Pashkow, in the middle here. There's Epstein. He's got a check, $22,500, signed by Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women. Sells fully depreciated somebody's name. And who was it, Wall Street Journal or whoever had it? They looked into this woman, and this woman did date Trump and Epstein around the same time. To Donald Trump, so showed early people skills too. Even though I handled the deal, I didn't get any of the money or the girl. This is Pashkow, Joel Pashkow. So he's not just like some board member. This guy was like a very good friend of Epstein's and Trump's, who's unfortunately like 98 years old now or something like that. Joel Pashkow. He's extremely old. Here he is with Jill Haddad. All these guys just hung out with, models all the time. Where is he now? I don't know if there's any like recent pictures of him, but the guy is old as fuck. Joel Pashkow, age. What's his net worth in years alive? 82. He's not as old as I thought, but he's still pretty old. Anyway. All right. So, where were we? From White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson, this is just more stupid, fake news playing into the hands of the Democrat hoax, trying to link President Trump and Epstein. You don't need to do a hoax to link President Trump and Epstein, I would say. Trump said they fell out after Epstein stole an employee from Mar-a-Lago. Very funny that he said that. Skipping ahead here. In early 2005, Epstein's world began falling apart. It began... So for everyone who tries to say that it was Trump that turned Epstein in, no, it wasn't. It began when a 14-year-old girl confided in her parents. A school friend had taken her to the home of a local Palm Beach man she knew only as Jeff. One afternoon that winter, the girl was giving Epstein a massage when he touched her inappropriately. The parents reported the incident to the Palm Beach Police Department, which opened an investigation. I believe this was actually... her stepmom found like $400 in her purse and was like, "You ain't got a job." The fuck? Oh yeah, who's Gossman again? It's just set up here. The late healthcare magnate whose palatial property sold to Trump for $41 million after heated bidding war with Epstein. Is he in the black book? Yeah, let's check it out. Hang on one sec. Epstein'sBlackBook.com. Again, this site's run by a QAnon person, but okay, Gossman. What was the spelling of that? Oh, sorry. 1S. Gossman? Oh, no results for Gossman. Okay. It might be there, but it might be under a different name, or it might be misspelled or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so, but it seems like, to me, you have to assume that the defense has talked to these people Donald Trump, Gossman, and Pashkow, and they have the photos of like the child porn, basically your child sexual abuse material in from your Palm Beach house. In early 2005, Epstein's world began falling apart. Blah blah blah. Skipping ahead, we all know this. Just days after the raid, Maxwell sent Epstein detailed instructions on a sperm donation for a shared fertility treatment. Remember, she's like, "Oh, I was simply his house manager. I was managing things in his house, like his cum." And she was like, and it looks like the two of them were trying. It looks like they were trying to get Maxwell pregnant. This is when she's like, "Oh, I had nothing to do with him. Oh no, certainly not. I was leaving his orbit around 2002." Yeah, this seems like a little bit more than what the average house manager would do. "You can do the sample at home," she directed, before adding that it has to be within 90 minutes of my procedure and that all the ejaculate must be collected. I'm sorry that I read all that. I really didn't have to. 8 months later, he credited Maxwell with helping him at his New Mexico ranch during a medical emergency. "I was very ill. I almost fainted today. I needed oxygen. Ghislaine came to help." Oh boy. On July 19th, 2006, he was indicted for soliciting prostitution. 4 days later, he's arrested. Soon his arrest is all over the news. By late 2006, the probe snowballed into a federal sex crimes investigation. Here's Ghislaine close to where I grew up, Dunnville, Ontario, Canada, on the set of the movie Amelia Earhart. Oh no, sorry, it's just called Amelia. So she got to like dress up. Maybe she was like an extra or something, hanging out with a plane. What a dork. What a dork she was. And she sent him this photo. This was in 2008. From the set of the movie Amelia in Dunnville, Ontario, Canada. So obviously it's like everything Ghislaine says about how she had nothing to do with Epstein, where, "Oh, I didn't know anything. I barely hung out with him at all." No, you knew. You were like messaging him shit. Even after Epstein's state indictment, the email suggests Maxwell leveraged her own high society ties to try to help him expand his network of academics, politicians, actors, bankers, and heads of state. And it's true, Epstein did start to hang out more with scientists, neurosurgeon, scientists, whatever, brain people, Marvin Minsky, the AI dude, like all these guys at MIT. He probably had help from Dershowitz with the Harvard guys. He already had some connections to MIT, Chomsky, Stephen Hawking, all these people. But Ghislaine did have, presumably she would have had some connections to the world of scientists from her father, Robert Maxwell's stuff with the shit. Yo, you were at that shoot at One Mad Apple? Yeah. Apparently Ghislaine was there. Dunnville, Ontario. Yo, if you have any behind the scenes shots, check them out. See if Ghislaine is in the background of any of them. Actually there, apparently. I don't know. Does this look like the set to you? One Mad Apple? Oh, no way. Gossman was the owner of the house that they had the falling out over? Really? That's crazy. So it was owned by Les Wexner. Then it was owned by, I guess, Gossman. Did he own it during the sale? And then it got bought by Trump when Epstein really wanted it. And then Trump sold it to some fucking Russian mafia, fucking Russian oligarch. Yeah. The War on Science guys. Yeah, from the Sean video. Krauss, Pinker. Yeah, all those guys. That is so crazy. One Man Apple. That's nuts. So it seems that they were hanging out. So here we go, guys. War on Science shit. When Google co-founder Sergey Brin and his then girlfriend Anne Wojcicki, not sure how to say that, Wojcicki. I know enough. Oh fuck, I don't know. Is that a Polish name? I don't know. You know what? I'm not even gonna guess. The co-founder of genealogy database 23andMe were in the Caribbean for New Year's Eve in 2006. Maxwell encouraged Epstein to play host. Be very nice to her, not stupid. She's interested in mapping DNA, etc. She is key. Smiley face. Maxwell wrote in December 29th, 2006. That's funny because well, what does Anne Wojcicki look like? It seems to suggest that Epstein would assume that she's an idiot. Sergey. Let's see her with Sergey Brin. So Epstein would see her and be like, okay, she's an idiot. All right, I'm going to talk down to her like I do to most people. She's like, no. She's actually really smart. She runs 23andMe. Please don't talk to her like an idiot. And also it's funny that she says like, she is key because Epstein was orchestrating a plan to seed the human race with his DNA at Zorro Ranch. So I think she was like, she's a DNA expert, even though she just runs like 23andMe. It's like, that doesn't mean you're a DNA expert. You're just like a whatever Silicon Valley like startup whatever company owner. But they had their fucking weird like anime view of the world. But anyway, in an email to an assistant a few days later, Epstein wrote that he was on the island with Brin. Brin Wojcicki did not respond to comment. Bill Richardson, who's also been accused of it, asked if he could use Epstein's private jet. Didn't end up using it. Bill and Hillary Clinton interacted with Epstein, partly through Maxwell's networking. Okay, we all know about this meeting in like 1992 or something like that. At the White House, 1993. A spokesman for Bill Clinton said the Clintons knew nothing about his horrific crimes, eager to find a flight for the last minute. Oh shit. Yo, I totally forgot. There's something interesting with Clinton in the Anushka interview. We'll find that in a second. We'll find that right after this. I'll find that because that's worth finding. We may have gone over it. I just forgot to mention it. They bought a watch for Doug Band. I bought the watch for Doug for $35. Wiring the money today. Presumably that's like $35,000. Good. Make sure he gets it for Christmas, says Epstein. 4 days before Christmas, a $35,000 Audemars Piguet watch. Audemars Piguet. Let's see what that is. What if I Google this? $35,000 Audemars Piguet watch. This. I don't know. Is that what it is? I mean, these look cool. I would not spend that much on anything, but cool. Wait, can I hear a yes, that's right. Yeah, Gerasi, I think his name was. Something Gerasi. Ghislaine, I'll just type in Ghislaine Gerasi. Alexander Gerasi. Ghislaine Maxwell's nephew, Alexander Gerasi, worked for 3 years in the State Department during former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's tenure there. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, basically, yeah, I think this is it. Only Uke that matters. Not a man scientist, doesn't seem intelligent to Jeffrey. But it's interesting that she made that call. What do you want the note to say, Maxwell inquired? Is it from you, me, from us? And this was when? 2005. Moving down here. One entry detailed a $71,000 purchase at Lexus of Watertown in Massachusetts for Alan Dershowitz. Dershowitz told Bloomberg the car was for his wife, who often picked up Epstein when he visited them in Martha's Vineyard and was considered a part of his legal fees. $11,000 Rolex watch bought for Tom Barak, the wealthy real estate investor and longtime friend of Trump, who is now, get this, the U.S. ambassador to Turkey. I gotta put Tom Barak on my Epstein names list. Tom Barak. Other info. Epstein bought him. Whoa, how much was it? $2,000 watch? Oh, $11,000 watch. That's crazy. That's too expensive. $11,000 Rolex watch. Sorry, I keep moving ahead of this Rolex. Okay. Yeah, so this is the, what do you call it? This government is fully staffed, apparently, by Epstein's friends. Barack denies it, or his office said he has never received any gift ever from Epstein and Maxwell, let alone a watch. Here is the Spreadsheet. Oh, why can't it zoom? Why won't it zoom? Okay, it won't. Hang on. I want to see this. I want to see this graphic. I think we got to zoom out like the old-fashioned way. Nope, still not enough. Okay. No, still not. Okay, hang on. I'm going to open the image in a new tab. That'll help, right? Here we go. All right. Epstein's gifts and payments. A spreadsheet that was enclosed in an accountant's email shows how Maxwell helped Epstein offer gifts and payments to friends, associates, and victims. Okay, so we've got from January 23, and it runs down to January 2006. And okay, gift amount, big circle is $100,000. Smaller circle, 10,000, 1,000. Okay, so 198. Victoria's Secret gift to a victim who testified at Maxwell's trial. $47,000 Steinway piano to unknown recipient. $1,200 Thai massage class to 3 women, one of whom was accused of recruiting victims. This was in, when was this? 2003. Okay, and that would have been after Virginia Giuffre was like out of there, right? Let me just double check because she left around that time, and she was in Thailand to take a massage class. So she's with Jeff. Okay, so 2002. In September 2002, Giuffre flew to Thailand and attended the International Training Massage School. Okay. So that wouldn't be hers, but interesting though. More. Rolex watch, $10,000. This was the Massage for Dummies book. This is a book he bought. Oh no, not for dummies. Massage for Dummies. No, sorry. I know that he bought a book for Vicky Ward. He met Vicky Ward at a party, and she was like, "Oh, sorry, I don't know that much about math." And he sent her a book that was like Math for Idiots. Anyway, $2,000 rent for a victim who said she was recruited by Maxwell. $10,000 Christmas gift of earrings. $3,000 CompUSA laptops to 2 young women described as Epstein's assistants and his victims. That would have been maybe Sarah Kellen or Nadia Marchinkova. Check to 1 victim for international studies abroad. $93,000 all-terrain vehicles. 2 gifts of Kaplan Business TOEFL. Teach English as a foreign language for 2 women. I think that's what that is. TOEFL, right? Wire to 1 woman described as both assistant and victim. Yeah, Marchinkova maybe. Gift card at New York City lingerie shop to 2 women described as Epstein's assistants. Credit card charge for SAT class for 1 young woman. Diamond necklace and matching ear clips from Sotheby's to Maxwell. Audemars Piguet watch. That's the one that supposedly went to Tom Barak. And Lexus of Watertown, $71,000. That's for Dershowitz. Legal fees. Okay, great. That's a lot of fucking money. How much is that? How much money is that altogether? Geez, I need to zoom in even more. Does it say here? I think it probably does. Anyway, whatever. I don't know. Doesn't matter. A lot. Okay, we're just going to skip ahead here. All these gifts. Maxwell herself received gifts. $60,000 diamond necklace and ear clips from Sotheby's went to her in December 2005. After she said she was out of his orbit. Yeah. Okay. Prosecutors and victims' attorneys said Maxwell recruited and groomed young girls for Epstein. Evidence presented during her criminal trial showed that in the 90s, she recruited teenagers into his orbit, offering them scholarships and shopping trips. In the 2000s, I don't like that rhymed, scholarships and shopping trips. In the 2000s, prosecutors alleged Maxwell encouraged the girls who massaged Epstein to bring their friends too. As the operation grew, Maxwell assumed an oversight role in the recruitment scheme, directing a team of personal assistants who acted as recruiters and schedulers for Epstein's massages, according to prosecutors. So this part is, I think, interesting because when Guillen gets pardoned at the end of Trump's term, that's what. That's what Epstein. That's what Guillen says in that thing, because it was like, how do you justify all this money that Epstein sent you? Oh, that was just for a helicopter. Helicopters are very expensive, but I don't believe that the helicopter payment was anywhere in here, because helicopters are expensive. That wouldn't have been a part of this. That was Maxwell's excuse for what all this money that got sent to her over several years. It doesn't even make sense. Sorry, where were we? But this part is where, like, when Ghislaine gets fucking exonerated and pardoned and set free, and people are like, Trump are going to be like, oh yeah, she didn't do anything bad, she was a victim, blah blah blah. You know, well, this is the stuff that is going to say no, that's not right. Here's a spreadsheet of more than 80 entries amounting to just over $75,000 in gifts for one victim who asked that Bloomberg would withhold her identity for fear of being subjected to additional abuse and trauma. Sucks that they have to do that, but all of these things, some of these entries include the annotation GM. Jeffrey Epstein was all about control, said the woman, who explained the manipulative nature of the gifts and payments she received. First, complete isolation. Once he was in control of my location, he had control of everything. Everything from finances to belief systems to even more perverse things like attire, vocabulary, exercise routine, and all other daily activities. The manipulation was endless, instilling fear from all angles. In 2004, according to the spreadsheet, $10,000 was listed to the father of Joanna Joburg. Joburg said in 2016 deposition that she was a college student when Maxwell, who you guys probably know, this woman here. If you've seen her, she has she's been, I don't know, vocal in the Epstein stuff. I think she's in Filthy Rich. If you've seen that documentary. Anyway, sorry, where were we? So these are a bunch of people talking about getting all these gifts. But another woman, Natalia Malishev, who I should have in here, sent Epstein at least 20 emails with first names and ages of women in the subject line. My new friend, 17, she wrote in one, attaching photographs of a girl described as a Russian model. So now we're getting like a little bit of an insight into, oh yeah, I would love to know more about that, to the Finland station. There is some weird spy shit maybe that Ghislaine was like doing some international like secret warfare. Oh geez, this microphone is just not quite in the right spot. Okay, there, I think that's good. So this is like emails that Epstein was getting. We're getting like a little bit of a glimpse like into the darker parts of Epstein's crimes here, from someone Irina, who I'm thinking is probably a recruiter of some kind, messaging Natalia, who's higher up in this pyramid scheme. Irina says, okay, this is somebody. Can you please forward Jeffrey info about her? She's 19-year-old, Russian from Odessa, came here with parents when she was 1.5, lives in Brooklyn. I met her in Redacted when I went to admission office there. She's not a big girl, but a little curvy, pretty face, long brown hair, hazel eyes. And very important, she knows everybody in some sort of a university, it looks like. She studies there, public affairs, and she works in freshman office and guides all Splank's freshmen. And she knows many girls in Brooklyn as well. She's very friendly, and I already told her she could be rewarded for help with her girlfriends, and she said that she can do it, but first, she needs to try herself to see what it is. Wants to be a model and actress, as she told me. Nice personality, easygoing. She doesn't smoke. So that got sent from somebody lower down on the pyramid scheme to somebody higher up, this Natalia person. Natalia sent it to Epstein. Epstein replied, she is too big. However, if you think it's important, I can do it one time in the afternoon. Tell her no nail polish. Ugh, okay. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, I don't even know what to make of that. But yes, this is another person I should have in my list. Natalia Malishev, who I'm guessing was like a victim or a recruiter or somebody. I'm not sure. I'll put maybe in the victim column. Recruiter though. Recruiter, and she was found in the Bloomberg emails. Listen, I don't know if this is exciting to watch me fill out a spreadsheet, but it'll come in handy later on. Potentially be rewarded for recruiting others on a New York City college campus. Yes, okay. Letter to friends. Okay, I don't know. I wanted more stuff about Maxwell. He and Maxwell discussed another fertility procedure. By now, this was while she was dating someone. This was in 2007? That might not be with her, though. That might be with somebody else. These fertility treatments he was doing at this point. It seems like before it was, Maxwell was planning to have his baby, but it looks like at the time, yeah. Anyway, it would have been weird, crazy for Ghislaine to be trying to get pregnant with her ex-boyfriend while dating a new guy. Moving on, she sent him a day before his sentence started. Maxwell sent him, "You should consider taking Metamucil with you if you can. You don't need to be any unhappier than necessary." Smiley face. Then they stopped talking for a while. At least in the Yahoo email cache that we have, until 2014, as Maxwell began facing her own legal scrutiny that she reappeared in his inbox. So this again contradicts what she told Todd Blanche, what she said during her trial, what she's always saying. This is completely contradictory to that. Joined a victims' rights lawsuit. Jeff Giuffre. She sent something funny to so she's getting sued by Virginia. 3 days later, Maxwell sent Epstein a request. "Can you send me the file on Virginia that your lawyers have, or whatever info you have on her?" And we all know how much Ghislaine hates Giuffre and is constantly making up shit. Yeah, she looks too much like a... I know, fucking to the filling station. Like, that pretty much is what that email was, but I'm not going to read that out loud. That feels weird. Yeah. So she's getting dirt on Giuffre. Maxwell went on the offensive. The emails show she circulated a 2-decade-old report from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, which, I mean, maybe she could have gotten that from this guy, Pashkow, maybe, if he's on the board there. I don't really know what it means to be on the board. I don't know if you get access, but the 20-page report recounted how Giuffre, at the age of 15, had accused 2 male acquaintances of rape. The document said the complaint had been dropped due to the victim's lack of credibility. Maxwell wrote to Epstein, citing the police report. Virginia's mother refers to her drug use and possible involvement in witchcraft. Okay, thanks, Virginia's mom. You're really helping. It's sort of like this compounding effect of being a victim of abuse, where like once you've been abused once and you failed to be exonerated, or not exonerated, but you failed to successfully prosecute someone in the court of law, the next time you become even more vulnerable. And Epstein knew this about her when he started abusing her, that she had experienced this before. This was a plus to him. And so later on, this becomes ammunition against Giuffre. Well, look back in the 90s, even before she met Epstein, she was accusing guys of this kind of thing, and they were found not guilty. So like, how can we believe her now? Like, this sort of thing makes people more vulnerable. Yeah, it's bad. It's messed up. It's really amazing that Virginia continued to, speak out against Epstein, even though people were saying horrible things about her. They're fishing to see if I haven't. This is from Ghislaine Maxwell to Epstein in 2015. I guess they're fishing to see if I can have allegation against me. This would take whatever slim shred of a life I have after this mess and kill it. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Alleged sex slave of Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew, accused 2 men of rape. And so they're using the Prince Andrew case against her now too. And yes, so okay. Yeah, we've gone over all this on stream before. Check out my thing on Ghislaine. I got a stream clip on Ghislaine's interview with Todd Blanche, where I specifically talk about the lies that she tells about Virginia. But basically, this is a crazy article in that it really shows that Ghislaine was lying when she says she had nothing to do with Epstein after like 2002. Like, she's lying. She was like regularly messaging him like in the 2000 teens. So, you know, and she was much more involved in his day-to-day activities than she appeared to be. It looks like somebody else took over like her old job of coordinating Epstein's like massage appointments, but still. All right. We've got now this one. Sorry, there's another fucking article. Like I said, this is just from like last week. They're dropping shit all the time. They're keeping you in the news. It's smart. It's smart what they're doing. I wish that they just leaked it. Like, I wish that somebody could just send this to WikiLeaks or DDoS Secrets or whatever, because I mean, maybe not even just myself, but I'd like just the internet kind of core, whatever, the masses to be able to look at it. Here's an interview with one of the guys who, can I full screen this? Nope. If I full screen it, it disappears. Oh, I'll just zoom in. Yeah. Here's an interview with one of the guys who's writing these articles.
Access to what you guys have been going. Remind everybody the emails that Bloomberg got access to and what you guys have been going through.
Yeah, that's right. It's been one of the highlights of my 20 years in journalism to be a part of this team with Surya Matu and Jason Leopold and Ava Benny Morris and many others. So, Epstein, who remains so profoundly central to the public imagination and yet such a profound enigma.
Mm-hmm. Enigma
is obtained.
Enigmas never age.
Thousands, more than 10,000, more than 18,000 emails. And I want to be clear, these are private emails. These aren't things that have been recycled through. It's not things everyone knows about. This is new stuff, and it's from a private email address. Actually,
yeah. I mean, as far as I know, to the Finland station, Bloomberg is the only one that has them like that. But like I had a really like. I mean, I don't want to say I had fun, but I kind of did, I guess. Like, I was enjoying like this sort of like detective work of getting all those Ehud Barak emails and being able to search shit in them. That was cool. I thought that was fun, but I thought that was like good. And it wasn't just me doing it. Like a lot of people were out there doing it. They should make these public too. Cause like Bloomberg, I always see they're finding some cool, interesting, useful stuff in there. But like, if they crowdsourced it, it would be so much better.
Actually, for example, there was one email where someone says, listen, I need to talk to you about something private. What email would be good? And he writes back and says, this one, to give you a sense of what we're talking about here. And my colleagues, including Harry Wilson and others, did some really remarkable reporting on Peter Mendelsohn, who lost his job as the UK ambassador to the United States.
Exactly.
R.I.P. Smoking on the whatever. I don't know. I tried to do a meme, but I don't even really get it.
In the wake of their story, and Ava Benny Morrison and Jason Leopold have done, and others have done great work on Ghislaine Maxwell, and really carefully showing that her relationship to Epstein was just much deeper, and their partnership was much closer than either had admitted. And what this story, which I wrote with this wonderful team, what this story is about is, in some ways, I hope, not the usual. Epstein is, of course, in some ways a story about sex and sex crimes. But I think what you'll find is that what this story is about is about what I cover. It's really a story about money and a story about power and a story about connections. And that's how we talked about it with our editors, including Lauren Eder.
And it's can I just pop in that there's a bunch of people pictures, and I'll be honest with you, I think when we both I didn't recognize most of them.
Well, that's what I think was so notable about this. I mean, there are certainly the names that have been associated with Epstein for years, like Alan Dershowitz, for example. Right. And there's new information, new emails from there, and a conversation that your team had with him about that. But there's also a name that I'd never seen before, Mary Spain.
Oh, yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Smoking that ambassador pack. That's what it was. I was like, smoking on something. I don't know. Sorry. Bye-bye, Mandy boy. Bye-bye, Mandy. I feel like you would have called him Petey. Bye-bye, Petey. Hey, Petey boy. Petey Mans.
Faith, somebody who's a crisis strategist. She was director of media relations at one.
Oh, shit. It's the Goblin Queen. What's going on, Goblin Queen? We're going through the emails. By the way, shout out to Goblin Queen for editing all of my stuff lately. Appreciate you.
Time for the White House under Ronald Reagan.
Yep.
What role did she serve?
Well, thanks for that question, because I think what's special about the piece, and I hope viewers and listeners check it out, I think what makes it a valuable piece of journalism, especially at this moment when Epstein is really in the news and is all of a sudden has gone from being an exclamation point to a real question mark. And there are a lot of questions about what's going to happen now over the next few days and weeks and months with Epstein and his files. What our story is about, and why Mary Spaeth comes up, is that it's about the depth. And
okay, we haven't gone over this part yet, but this part's crazy. This part's actually, I think, quite funny.
The breadth of his relationships. And, it is not a story about Republicans versus a story about Democrats. It's a story about powerful people. And it's a story about different kinds of power. It's a story about academics and researchers, people who make it into high elite echelons of the intellectual life. It's about people who offer, like Mary Spaeth offers, a basically strategy for people who are in trouble, crisis strategy, public relations. And it's a story about counselors and lawyers. And to answer your question about Mary, there was a point, believe it or not, where investigators are closing in on Jeffrey Epstein. This is early 2008. He's about to go to jail for it's like about a year. It's a little bit longer than a year.
Right.
And after that, he's a free man for a very long time, I think about a decade, until the 2019 charge, sex trafficking. And then he dies. He's found dead in prison or jail right after that. But back in 2008, investigators are circling. Epstein's in trouble. And what do we find in these emails? But these draft apology options.
Okay, this is a bit of a spoiler. I do want to show you guys these apologies. Let's look at those. This is another article from Bloomberg, and it's about his what he call his hour of terror. Let's use this word. Let's use this phrase. What a great phrase this is. His hour of terror. His hour of terror is 2008, when he doesn't know what's going to happen, but he's being investigated. He's being prosecuted. He's the world's most guilty man. They've got him dead to rights. They've got so many underage girls who are testifying against him. They have so much proof. They have photos. They have everything. They have so much evidence. There's no way this guy's going free. And of course, somehow he ends up getting a slap on the wrist, a jail sentence where he's able to leave the jail 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. He's there for less than a year, or maybe a little bit over a year. I forget. But this is what we're the time right before he knows that he's getting this very light sentence. Let's call it his hour of terror, because he is freaking out. We know from his emails now, he was not confident in his ability to kind of skate by this. Or maybe I shouldn't. Well, I don't know. Let's read this. So Mary Spaeth. So this is a famous person apparently. I don't know that I've ever heard of her, but she's like a PR. She's got a Wikipedia page. She's a PR lady with a Wikipedia page. She's big. Let's see. What's her deal here? She's a writer. She's a speechwriter for William Samuel Paley, founder and chairman of CBS. She was accepted to the White House Fellows Program. She was assigned to work under FBI Director William Webster, part of the FTC. She became the White House Director of Media Relations in the administration of Ronald Reagan. She was the communicator for the Great Communicator. She founded Spaeth Communications. Is that how you say her name? Spaeth? Mary Spaeth. You hear her name out loud, you would have no idea how to spell that shit. Mary? That's how you spell Mary? That's wrong. Sorry. Your name is wrong. Spaeth currently teaches BLC seminar classes at the Cox School of Business at SMU. No idea what that is. Swift Boat. This was the group that went after John Kerry for his Vietnam War record, and has become it's like sort of like a campaign dirty trick, right? Since the 2004 election, the term swift boating has become a common expression for a campaign attacking opponents by questioning their credibility, patriotism in a dishonest manner. So she did that. So she's evil. She worked with Ken Starr. Okay. And Ken Starr was one of Epstein's lawyers. He's also one of the guys who prosecuted Clinton over Monica Lewinsky. So wait, when did she work with him? Oh yeah, Whitewater. So that's another one of the Clinton administration scandals over a piece of land that the Clintons were, before they became president. There was some shady, like, they were trying to build like a little fucking gated community sort of place for the elites of Arkansas, the Arkansas political elites, which included the Hillary and Bill Clinton at that time, like before they were president. Anyway, I don't need to get into all that. Sorry, it's too much of a thing. But yeah, no, it seems like she's bad. It seems bad. But now we've got, okay, she was actually working. She did some work for Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, well, what did she do? She wrote him 3 apologies that he could give. They're long. I don't want to read them all. But I want to give you guys the gist. So here's the number 1. So these are apologies. This is not a legal thing. This was like something like maybe like a public apology, like the ukulele video or something, right? Like she wanted to give him something that he could post, or he could send these privately to his victims. He never did. As far as we know, he never sent any of these to his victims. But she sent him 3, and he liked the 3rd one. What he wrote was, "Third has promise." He didn't seem very enthusiastic about the apologies at all. So I want to. This tells you so much about Epstein. The first one was, how do they describe it? The first was meek. As a child growing up, I was taught to apologize. Would apologize for any number of things, and I recall thinking it was unfair when I had to apologize for something I didn't do or something I didn't think was my fault. As I've grown older, I've said I'm sorry for events unrelated to me, but where an event or outcome caused distress or pain. Those apologies are expression of sympathy, a way of saying we care about our fellow human beings. I mean, I gotta say, fuck, this is like, you can tell that this woman is an expert in apologies, right? Like, this is like, it's so infuriating to read, obviously, knowing who Epstein is, but like, this is good. This is a professionally written apology. I've been wrestling energetically with the challenge of how to apologize for actions of mine which causes stress for parents, distracted or courageous members of law enforcement, caused longtime friends to question my judgment. It's too painful to rehash events which I've been prominently featured. Like, it's like you get the gist. Where's the apology? I hope my apology will be noted and taken as evidence of my concern for my neighbors here in Palm Beach. Okay, whatever. Okay, that's the first thing. Apology 2, very short. I wish to apologize to my neighbors and friends for my actions which brought scandal and shame to my name, and to assure them that I will conduct myself appropriately in the future. That's it. Short, sweet. You could tweet that. Wrestling energetically is maybe an unfortunate turn of phrase. Only you that matters. Number 3, this is the one he liked. So this is the type of guy that Epstein wanted to be. To my neighbors, William James, the great 19th century medical doctor and religious philosopher, wrote an essay in which he talks about 2 hours we face, the hour of terror and the hour of satiety. The latter means that time when someone has everything, is sated, and asks, is that all there is? Like, what the fuck is this? This is insane. This is wild. This is bonkers. This is crazy, go nuts. This is really intense. This is your apology for raping like dozens that we know of at this point of children who work at who live at the trailer park down the street from your like Palm Beach mansion. This is your apology. You're like, okay, you want to hear my apology? If I could quote the William Butler Yeats, whatever, what is it? William James, 19th century philosopher. He talks about 2 hours. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck, Epstein? This is so fucking Epstein, though. The dude loved it when people thought he was smart. I've been blessed during my life. I've taken advantage of the opportunities offered by the American dream. The rewards have been substantial, but I've experienced that second hour. My life was satiated. I failed to ask what was really important. What's important is to live so that first hour, the terror of death, is erased by having lived to make a difference in the lives of others. I've been forced to ask myself what's important and what my choices will be, and I'm forced to ask myself what's important, okay, sorry, it's a confusing sentence here. I've been forced to ask myself what's important, and my choices will be different in the future. This isn't the place to review the sensational charges you may have read about. So, okay, I'm getting the sense, this isn't like to sense to the victims. This is a send to his other like rich neighbors. This is not to send to the victims. This is not apology for like ruining your life. This is apology for like maybe bringing down your property value with my scandalous actions. This isn't a place to review the sensational charges you may have read about. There are enough facts on the public record for anyone who wishes to review and make up his or her own mind. Please accept my sincere apologies for my selfish actions, which have embarrassed me, caused my friends to question my judgment, and taken a great deal of time on the part of all levels of law enforcement authorities. No. This was not to his victims. Again, this is a public and heartfelt apology. Yeah, that's the one he liked. Anyway, so fucking brutal. See, this is the thing with Elon Musk. Bit of a tangent, but not really. Elon Musk is always like, I never knew him, I never met him, I never whatever. By the way, we have emails about that too now, but we'll get into that in a second. But Epstein is such an Elon Musk type of guy. Like, I bet Elon and Epstein would hit it off so well. Like, you know how Elon and Grimes got together because they were both like, oh, Rocco's Basilisk, you know about that? Oh my God, we're so smart for knowing about this. That's exactly the type of shit Epstein loved. He loved just like name dropping some random fucking shit, like some random like theorem or something, and be like, oh, you don't know about that? Oh, you don't know about fucking William fucking whatever? Oh, okay, well, like this is like, maybe they never met. Maybe they never did meet. But if they ever did meet, they would be best friends. And also, Elon also seems like exactly the type of guy that Epstein would want in his circle, which may not have happened, but yeah, sorry it took longer than we expected for Alex Acosta to minimize the charges against me. Yo, to the Finland, went over it already, so I won't do it again, but there is some shit in the Bloomberg emails that suggest that one of Epstein's lawyers, Prez, what's his name? I was going to say Prez Belusky. No, that's the guy from, what's it called? The Wire. Where is it? No. Oh, shoot. No. What's his name? No, not Pritzker. Oh, geez. Sorry. There was a thing. I'll go back just quickly to get it, because it's really interesting. One of Epstein's lawyers was also working for the Bush administration during 2008 and was meeting with Bush. And Epstein's like writing emails. He's going to meet with Mr. Big today. Mr. Big? No. Where is it? And it seems like pretty likely Mr. Big is George Bush. Yeah, Lefke. Oh, yeah. Lefkowitz. Jay Lefkowitz, who was one of Epstein's defense lawyers and was a senior advisor to George W. Bush's administration. Mr. Big has a meeting with Lefke. Anyway, sorry, I said I wouldn't go over all this. But I feel like this is another thing where it's like, we know that Acosta, there was pressure on Acosta. Vicky Ward, who I don't really trust, says that it was someone told her that it was because Epstein was intelligence. This is another possibility that the pressure on Acosta was maybe from George Bush or somebody from his office. Anyway, seems kind of fucked up that you could have a position in the cabinet of the president of the United States and be doing, criminal defense for Jeffrey Epstein at the same time. That seems weird. That seems odd. Yeah. We're getting to that. We're getting to that stuff. There's a lot of new emails, but these are the apologies here. This is from his hour of darkness. Sorry, but yes, no, I do think it's funny, and I do think, like, doesn't this seem like something fucking Elon Musk would say? Like, he's always like, oh yeah, well, I'm very smart. William James is a 19th century. He was a doctor, religious philosopher. Wrote an essay. I've never done a Musk impression. I don't know. Rate my rate my Musk impression. Oh yeah, what George? Wait, yeah. Wait, George Bush is Mr. Big? Oh, fuck. Well, okay, yeah, I did not appreciate what he did in the Sex and the City movie. Yeah, no, William James is not really Elon's type of sort of thing, but he would do this shit with, like, Richard Feynman or something like that. Which, to be fair, so would Epstein. Like, they're both, like, guys who pretend they know a lot about math and physics, right? Anyway, here's a good comparison. I'm thinking that the way that Epstein talks about, like, taxation and shit like that is the way that, like, Elon Musk talks about coding. It's like, I know you guys you are able to do that at, like, a basic to, like, intermediate level, but I do not think that you guys are, like, the geniuses that you proffer yourselves or put yourselves up as. Okay. Anyway, let's continue watching this video.
Where she sends him 3 different kinds of apology.
So he's talking about Mary, what's her name? Mary Prout. What's her name? She has some crazy last name. Spaeth. Mary Spaeth. He's talking about her. I'll go back a little bit.
Charge sex trafficking, and then he dies. He's found dead in prison or jail right after that. But back in 2008, investigators are circling. Epstein's in trouble. And what do we find in these emails? But these draft apology options where she sends him 3 different kinds of apologies. One is one's very meek. Talks about his memories of being a kid. Mm-hmm. Actually, I found it very deep. Imagine, all of us remember being kids and having to apologize. Second one is very short. It's really terse. The third one, it's the word we use is elegiac, and it is. He cites William James. I'm hoping it's the first Bloomberg News story that calls out William James, 19th century American philosopher.
Like, that's so insane, so funny that was his favorite one.
Talks about the hour of terror and the hour of satiety. How about that word? And he talks about the American dream. Talks about the American dream and its substantial rewards. And he says this is a public and heartfelt apology.
I just want to say Spaeth's firm was hired through a lawyer to provide communications options for...
And let me just step in here to say that actually Spaeth is cool and we all think that what she does is great.
Mr. Epstein and his legal team, she said in response to questions for the story, she said, quote, I ultimately terminated the engagement because of my discomfort with it.
That's right. That's right.
Did you, person who is a professional evil person? Oh, did you do that? Okay. Did you, person who, like, coined the term swift boating for, like, dishonestly, like, smearing campaign opponents? Did you do that? Ken Starr's friend? Ken Starr's buddy? Okay. Interesting. Okay. I mean, you did write those apologies for him to send to his neighbors, but then you left. All right.
Thanks for saying that. I think it's really...
Yeah, how do you say this word? Satiety? Thus spake Zarathustra.
Important out of fairness that we add things like that in. And
satiety, like society, but satiety. Is that right? Satiety, is that right? I would be like satiety, like satiated. No, satiety, really? Wow.
She also said, because of confidentiality and privilege, she can't comment further. But, we don't know what was going on here. I want to be clear with our viewers. Right. For all we know, Epstein was really very close to saying sorry. But he did not. He did not in the sense of giving a broad apology, right, certainly to his victims. And I want to be clear, the U.S. Department of Justice says there are more than 1,000 of them. More than 1,000 of them. And Epstein did not give a heartfelt...
I'm saying like around 2,000.
William James quoting apology as far as we know. But our story shows what it could have potentially sounded like if he had.
But again, those were not apologies to his victims. Dude was not interested in apologizing to his victims at all. All right. So, crazy. Oh, I'm not supposed to say crazy. Wild. Okay, moving on here. Her 2008 exchanges are part of more than 18,000 emails from Epstein's personal Yahoo account obtained by Bloomberg. We all know this already. His callous and methodical recruitment of young women, a close partnership with Ghislaine Maxwell, and his adoration from one of the UK's most influential figures, that's Mandelson. And this, so let's hear more about the end of his kind of life. Well, not at the end of his life, the end of his non-criminal life before he was convicted. He was drawn to what he saw as the finest things in life. The Boeing 727, one of Manhattan's largest townhouses, and his own Caribbean island. And when his own hour of terror dawned in 2005, following a tip to police in Palm Beach County you can tell that the Bloomberg guys love that phrase, hour of terror. To be fair, I like it too. Palm Beach County from the family of a teenage girl, he didn't rely on just one champion or defender, his inbox shows, but a collection of elite professionals. Though lawyers, academics, and media advisors helped him in different ways and to different extents, his network included past and future White House officials, Lefkowitz, a top Hollywood publicist, not sure, a former child exploitation prosecutor, and renowned researchers, including one on his way to winning a Nobel Prize. That might be Pinker? I don't know. I don't think Pinker won a Nobel Prize. That support for Epstein, which harmed more than 1,000 people, according to the U.S. Justice Department, came when he needed it most. The professionals who surrounded Epstein defended and deflected, coached and counter-messaged, burnished and polished. Together, they helped extend Epstein's influence and freedom, even lending an air of invincibility. His reckoning was postponed until 2019 when federal prosecutors charged him with trafficking minors. Weeks later, he was found dead in jail in New York City awaiting trial. Epstein's emails veered between domineering, cloying, comfortable, and obsessive and were often riddled with typos. In response, his advisors and supporters were deferential and even fawning. Yeah, I mean, fucking Mandelson was like, Jesus, that guy needs to chill. One of his many friends at Harvard University got in touch. I read the newspapers early this morning. I assume that he talks like that, neurologist. Mark Tremo wrote to one of Epstein's assistants, please remind him that the boys from the Bronx, even if they do end up at Harvard, have long memories, know all about cops, and stay true to their friends through thick and thin. No less peccadillos. Tremo, who's currently listed as an adjunct professor at University of California, Los Angeles, didn't respond to multiple messages seeking comment. The Academy. Epstein, a former math teacher, wasn't merely interested in academia. He was fixated, and academics were drawn to him too. Okay, wasn't merely interested in academia. He was fixated, and academics were drawn to him too. Yada, yada, yada. Hung out with a lot of smart people. Stephen Koslin. Epstein's assistant asked about nailing down an appointment for him with Stephen Koslin, then chair of Harvard's psychology department. Koslin is a priority, Epstein wrote. Within days, the psychologist was proposing dinner with bigwigs across economics, genomics, and limb regeneration to discuss a lab centered on genetics in the brain that would explore far-out ideas such as life extension. He also helped plan smaller gatherings for Epstein, including pizza over a table with him and the Dersh. Uh-oh, Pizzagate people. Pizzagate people, check this out. They're talking about pizza. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, one of Epstein's lawyers. So, yes. Okay, this dude, Koslin. I feel like I knew that he and Koslin were together, but I don't think I have him in my thing. Otherwise, he would be showing up here. Stephen Koslin. Okay. Continuing. So Koslin's now the president of an AI education startup. Great. Cool that that's a thing. Active learning services. This is what Stephen Koslin's doing nowadays. Cool, man. You want to put AI in education? Great. Another thing that's making me kind of hate AI even more than I already do is fucking how many massive AI people were like close friends with Epstein. Okay. Wait a second. Sorry. I'm trying to like not read everything, but it's sometimes hard to skip things over. So Kosslyn corresponded that February with geneticists George Church and Gary Ruvkin, Harvard molecular biologists who won a Nobel Prize. They shared ideas about a project whose farthest reaching Harvard goal would bring together experts in law, psychology, biology, and economics to describe the pleasure signatures in the brain. Gross. That they said could correspond to hunger, sexuality, and fear. I mean, that's fine. Like that's probably cool, really cool research, like interesting stuff to know. But it just sucks that specifically that they were courting Epstein's money for this shit. In February 2006 email, Ruvkin wrote, "I shall again try to drive home the point about the Pleasure Genome Initiative." He added this request: "Let me know if this subject is too strange for our patron." When Epstein received the exchange, he wrote to his assistant, "The patron has no boundaries." I mean, it's funny because like when Epstein would be doing these salons with all these like very intelligent people, he famously would, let me see if I can find the Steven Pinker quote, when he would get bored, because he had a ADHD, Epstein. When he'd get bored hearing all these scientists talking about fucking actual smart people shit, he'd just interrupt them after a couple minutes and be like, "What has that got to do with pussy?" Let me see what happens if I just search that. Jeffrey Epstein, my very sick pal. If the conversation drifted beyond his interests, Epstein was known to interrupt, "What has that got to do with pussy?" So some of these results here are very funny. But the Stuart Pivar, but the this article seems to be saying, like, I would assume that like Epstein became involved in this because he would be hanging out with these scientists. "What does that got to do with pussy?" And they'd be like, well, I don't know. We're also, maybe we should do some pleasure research. And that stuff he would give us money for. But no, it seems like it was just coincidence. Let me know if the subject is too strange for our patron. No, actually, this is like my favorite thing. It isn't clear from the emails what money, if any, Epstein gave the project, though he'd previously donated $200,000 to Kosslyn. Blah, blah, blah. Skipping ahead here. Personal Genome Project at Harvard. He gave a lot of money to... okay, so Kosslyn, his academic ties were... Okay, this is interesting. His academic ties, Epstein's academic ties, were helpful as reporters began focusing more intently on him. Kosslyn was vacationing in the backwoods of nowhere in August when he let Epstein's office know about an inquiry he'd received from a Fortune reporter who was working on a short article about Epstein. And when a reporter from the Harvard Crimson emailed about a spat that involved Epstein and Dershowitz, Kosslyn sent that along too. And he wrote, "FYI, I'll not respond." So it seems as though Kosslyn at least knew that Epstein is like kind of worried about this and like does not want his image to be like tarnished. Yeah, interesting. This is his hour of, what is it again? Fear? Some kind of bad hour. Wait, what are all these names, DM Collins? I'm going to look up all the authors. Oh, and Lawrence Krauss's new book, the Epstein birthday book emails. Let me see that list. Epstein, what's it called? The War on Science? Lawrence Krauss. It's not this one, right? No, that's like the other one. This is the one. Oh, that's... No, get out of here, cookies. Huh, none of these people are highlighted? That can't be right. Peter Boghossian. Some of these people I definitely have. Okay, whatever. Okay. Guys, you can't keep saying stuff to me. I'll keep getting distracted. What? Where were we? He added that it was... oh, okay, that's funny. Goldberg, one of the guys working on this project, said that Epstein never provided funding and the proposal to name it for him was obviously in jest. I don't know about that. He added that surrounding himself with prominent researchers may have been a way for Epstein to fulfill a fantasy of being a scientist. That's the vibe I get too. LeCun doesn't come up anywhere else in the email cache. Told Bloomberg he'd never heard of Epstein before. Epstein? Well, who? I feel like you I feel like you definitely had heard of him at this point. Coughlin wrote that he had decided to be dean of social sciences at Harvard. Coughlin added a month later that he'd love to visit him. Unfortunately, jail starts Monday, Epstein wrote. Coughlin wrote back, damn, let me know if I can help. Or maybe that's more of like it's not so much like a damn, dude. It's more of like a damn. Oh, damn them. Damn. But when I see damn in all caps and with an exclamation mark, I instantly am like, damn, let me know if I can help. Damn, let me know if I can help. Look who it is. The Dersh. Long before Epstein reported to jail, Dershowitz and prominent lawyers from Florida and New York had worked in 2006 to narrow the scope of his prosecution in Palm Beach County. They did it so well that the lead detective flagged concerns to the FBI. After a federal investigation began that May, Epstein's team added even heavier hitters with major Washington credentials. That would be presumably Ken Starr and what's his name again? I keep forgetting. This is like a guy that I just learned about. So what is it? Preskowitz, something like that. Jay Preskowitz. They helped bring both cases to a close. Sorry, guys. Let me just read ahead here. In early 2006, as Epstein's legal peril was deepening, he got a note from Harvard Law School student and research assistant to Dershowitz named Mitch Weber. Oh, fun random fact. You know who else is a research assistant to Dershowitz? Natalie Portman. Do you know this? Natalie Portman, the actor, the V for Vendetta lady, Star Wars, Padme Amidala, whatever her name is. Yeah, she was a research assistant for Alan Dershowitz when she was at Harvard. And she specifically helped him research his book. Oh, geez, what's it called? Chutzpah or something like that? It was one of his books about Israel. Alan Dershowitz. Natalie Portman, Alan Dershowitz. The Case for Israel. That one. This is one of the ones that Norman Finkelstein wrote a book about. It's actually this was the book that led to the massive feud between Finkelstein and Dershowitz. And he accused him of like plagiarizing shit in it. But yeah, no, the research assistants mentioned in the book's acknowledgments include Natalie Hirschlag, the birth name of Israeli-American actress Natalie Portman. I don't know what to do with that information. What Natalie knows. Anyway, sorry guys, so unrelated, and no one even set me off on that. Sorry, what are you guys trying to think about here? Pinker isn't highlighted. He should be. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe there's something on my thing where it's not working on that page for some reason. Because I got Steven Pinker on here. Steven Pinker. Yeah, I don't know. Where is my thing? Where were we? Here we go. No, this one. Yes, Dershowitz. And this was a email from Dershowitz. A memo. These girls are talking about the victims of Epstein. These girls are self-described prostitutes. They don't feel harmed and they're out for money, Dershowitz said, according to a memo from Weber that said it paraphrased his notes. Epstein is decimated already. He hasn't slept in months. I want to leave here and tell him we've got this resolved. Why can't we figure something out today? Why can't we figure something out today? Like, this is like Dershowitz, like, I don't think that Dershowitz is like a good lawyer because he's like really smart and knows a lot about shit. Like, I don't think that it's, that's annoying that underage is a trigger. I gotta figure out my, like, what words are being censored. Cause like, I don't know. Especially if I'm talking so much about like Epstein and stuff, there's certain words that people are going to have to say. So sorry guys, I'll work on that. I'll work on that. We'll make sure, although you were able to say it right there. Weird. Yes. Sorry, what I was going to say was, I don't think Dershowitz is a good lawyer because he's like really smart and knows the law and like what you would expect, or like, maybe some lawyers are just very charismatic and they have people skills, right? And they're just like very convincing. They're very good at making arguments. They're rhetorically very good, right? Like there are different skills you can have as a lawyer. Dershowitz's lawyer skill to me appears to be, hey, I have no morals. I will defend literally anyone. In fact, the more evil they are, the better. Like I'm like O.J. Simpson's guy. I'm Epstein's guy. I'm fucking Klaus von whatever his name is, wife murderer guy. I'm really evil in just every way that you can imagine. But also, not even but also, I will ruthlessly, like I will personally harass everyone who is against you. I will like pay people to like argue with them. I will show up at their house. I will constantly like force them to dredge up the worst moments of their life. I will call them the most horrible things. I don't care if they're children. I don't care if they're like abuse victims. In fact, I would prefer if they're abuse victims because I will just like, I'll play into that. That's like ammunition for me to use against them. Like that's what he is. He's a pit bull lawyer, as they call him. Like this guy is terrible with people. He does so many interviews because he just loves to fucking talk to cameras. And if you ever see him, it's like, how the fuck is this guy a lawyer? This guy is so unconvincing. And so he says things that incriminate himself constantly. But like, what he's good at is hounding people. Anyway. But yeah, so here's his fucking message about these girls. They're self-described prostitutes. They don't feel harmed and they're out for money. Like this guy's he's a bad person. He's a bad person. This guy shouldn't be allowed to be out and about. Let's just leave it like that. An assistant state attorney told Epstein's team her office had an ethical obligation to consult with victims before making any deals, which they didn't do. And then Dershowitz again started hounding them. Dershowitz said he refused to make Epstein into a public pariah. So this was what led to the Crime Victims' Rights Act, that Epstein's victims were not informed that they weren't being consulted at all for the case. They weren't informed about the results of the case. They weren't even told when the trial was happening. They weren't told any of this shit. No, they have to do that shit. They weren't informed that he was going to get away with everything. Weber, whose work for Dershowitz extended past the Harvard Law commencement that June, went on to field sensitive questions from Epstein. I'm sorry, this is Weber. I'm sorry, I was a little confused about what you were asking on the phone, Weber wrote him. I see what you were asking now. The question is, what would happen if one were to transport a minor for sex or transport oneself with the intent to have sex with a minor into a state in which the age of consent is below 18, assuming the minor is above the age of consent in the given state? And your intuition was right. The answer is that there is no violation of law. There isn't? I thought isn't that like trafficking? Okay. All right. Okay, Dershowitz's friend, Dershowitz's assistant. All right. Let's also look at sex tourism laws, Epstein wrote back that August. Weber's last emails in the inbox came that November. To pretend that Epstein has an unimpeachable, airtight legal defense is disingenuous. Another email added, no matter what happened between Epstein and his masseuses, the fact that they kept coming back mitigates against any sort of pressure on Epstein's part. Not many fingers in Epstein's legal circle have been more closely linked to him than Dershowitz. Yeah, I'd say so. The emails show the depth of support he gave Epstein. Like, yeah, Dershowitz was like, not just like an associate of Epstein. It's not just that he was on the Epstein flight logs or whatever. It's not just that he's in the fucking black book. This dude was hanging out with Epstein all the time. This guy was like, even Epstein's personal like house manager. I always forget if it was Juan Alessi or Alfredo Rodriguez. I want to say Juan Alessi. When he's asked about like Clinton or like Trump, he's like, yeah, I saw them a couple times. With Dershowitz, he's like, oh yeah, he'd come by for like 5 days at a time, like several times a year. That's just one of his properties. Dershowitz was like really, really good friends with Epstein. Constantly hanging out with him, constantly going to his house, going to his parties, getting massages with him, going to his island. This guy's very close. I hope it wasn't her underage appearance in The Professional that encouraged Dershowitz to hire her. That's funny. Yeah, that's weird too, isn't it? That's weird too. A lot of these people, a lot of the actors, like, I mean, not that Natalie Portman is connected to Epstein at all, other than like through Dershowitz, I guess, but like, isn't it weird how like Kevin Spacey was on that flight with Epstein right after he was in American Beauty, where he's in love with like a blonde, like underage high school girl. Like weird stuff. Dershowitz claims to have brought Epstein his IDF sweatshirt. Yeah, I would believe that. This is a draft of a letter. This is from Dershowitz. So this is Dershowitz being like, hey, if you want, I'll send this out to people. I am writing this letter to Jeffrey's close friends as one of his close friends, not as a lawyer. No, there was never any underage sex. Absolutely none. The letter, which closes with cordially, Alan Dershowitz, was flattering and savvy. We all know Jeffrey's extremely smart and in fact a little complex. Guys, he's not a pedophile. He's just too smart for women over the age of 18. He's just too smart for women who can legally consent. That's his problem. He's a genius, okay? When you get to a certain level of brain power, you have to fuck kids. You have to. It rose to a crescendo. I know that you wish him well, and I'm sure that as this too will pass, we can all help him bringing this difficult time to a forgiving close. This doesn't sound like savvy and whatever to me. It sounds flattering to Epstein, but it sounds like threatening to people. When the full story finally comes out, the world will learn what we already know, that Jeffrey is a good person who does many good things. Has there ever been a sentence that stood the test of time worse than this one? When the full story comes out, when it's all said and done, we get the full story, I think everyone's going to agree. Jeffrey Epstein, a good person who does many good things. Very funny to read that in the light of 2025. For Epstein, who was reviewing drafts of the letter, that wording wasn't enough. I would amend the place where it says he wishes I had cameras in the massage room. Wait. He wishes I had cameras? Wait, they didn't include that. Was there a line where Dershowitz was like, no, he didn't have cameras in the massage room? I wish that he did. It would be illegal. And I think we could do better than the last paragraph. Jeffrey's a good person, great friend, loyal, funny, generous, not good. That's funny. When it's all said and done, that Jeffrey is a great person, great friend, loyal, generous, and funny. Funny. It's very funny that funny is included there. No, but I'm funny though, man. I'm really funny. Very cool. Then in a version Epstein later sent to himself, there was an edit. Jeffrey's a very charitable and caring person, that copy read. It kept this earlier pledge. Jeffrey has not approved the contents of this letter, though he is aware that I am writing it. That's funny. In Epstein's version of it, Jeffrey has not approved the contents of this letter. Super good stuff. Ken Starr, the Independent Counsel. So this is with Ken Starr. This is So this is Epstein writing to his lawyers, which would be Dershowitz, Ken Starr, Lefkowitz, Thacker, whoever else. Kirkland and Ellis is the firm representing him. But so he's writing to his letters on August 12th, weeks before Starr first met with U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta. Starr needs to explain his appearing. He is not defending my conduct, he is defending the Constitution. Epstein went on to propose language and ideas to his legal team while apparently trying not to offend. I don't need to put words in your eloquent mouth, he told Starr, June 2008, before offering a numbered list that ranged from legalistic, we are asking for a de novo review, to impassioned, this is not righteous. Days later, Epstein was incarcerated. In the cache, there are emails to, but not from, Starr, who died in 2022, rather. R.I.P. Not really. The reach of Epstein's team was vast. In the weeks before the guilty plea, Epstein delegated work to lawyers, including Kirkland. Stephanie Thacker is the one we haven't talked about, who'd spent years with the Justice Department's Child Exploitation and Obscenity Section and is now a federal judge on the Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit. That's annoying that her name isn't highlighted either. Okay, new name for my writing over here. Insert one row above. I think I should include the lawyers, because they all did really well after this. Epstein paid $4 million to Dershowitz and almost $3 million to Kirkland and Ellis. Oh, that's funny. Dershowitz got more than half of the money he paid for this. He essentially fired me and refused to pay what he owed me, Dershowitz said. We ultimately resolved the fee issue, but I believe my total fee, which was based on my hourly charges, was far less than what you say. He later estimated he made about $3 million after paying out the rest. Okay, I don't care what he says. Epstein's legal fees hit more than $54 million, yet he came close to spending even more after the indictment on a Paris mansion on the Ile Saint Louis that he wanted to make into a mathematical institute. A Qatari prince outbid him. Doesn't this just like feel like, what's that? There's a fucking like phrase from, I think it's from like Final Fantasy or some video game. That's like, if the punishment for a crime is a fee, then there is no, then that law exists only to punish the poor. Something like that. I don't know. But like, okay, so he had to pay for his charges. He had to pay $54 million for his lawyer and shit. But he would have spent that much on a fucking mathematical institute in Paris. Like, this guy is not, that money is meaningless to him. Crazy. Wild. Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that the filling station says. I definitely think it isn't a coincidence that people who knew Epstein did well for themselves. Yeah, no, I don't think so either. This is how it works. Kamala Harris blasts and takes money from Epstein's law firm, Kirkland Ellis. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool that we live in this world that Epstein's a bipartisan issue. All right, sorry guys. There's more shit in here, but I don't want to read the entire thing. It's so long. Here is Spaeth. This woman here we looked at earlier. Okay, so according to an email in Epstein's inbox in February 2008, the two spent time together preparing for interviews, though it's unclear which ones. Her memo after their session describes showing Epstein the Spaeth methodology to answer questions without being trapped by the parameters. During their exercise, she emphasized having material to change the subject and the skill to repeat it's not appropriate to discuss without sounding canned or bored. Wow, that's the fucking Spaeth strategy? That sounds really obviously fucking inauthentic. Jeffrey internalized and aced this exercise immediately, she wrote. They came up with a long list of questions that Spaeth predicted will, alas, almost certainly be permanent features for years to come. One example, Mr. Epstein, as you preyed on these innocent young girls, did you actually know any of them were under the age of 18? Spaeth coached him to respond by choosing a phrase like, I disagree, or one of our favorites, on the contrary. According to the emails, Epstein paid Spaeth $1,900 for consulting earlier that year and spent an additional $5,000, at least in part, for the February work. So she told Bloomberg, no, you know what? When I realized what it was that he was doing, I was like, no, man, I'm out of here. I don't work with bad guys. Seems like she definitely did work with bad guys. She worked with him when she clearly knew exactly what his fucking deal was. And this is one of his fucking advice lists. Good words, bad words. So here are good words, according to Spaeth, to describe Epstein. Smart, brilliant, right place at the right time, lucky, hardworking, unique, mathematician, see what others couldn't, math. Remember where I grew up. From a poor working class background. Remember where I grew up again, twice on there. Visionary, Chinese proverb about opportunity knocking. Okay, that's not, these are phrases. Bad words, lied, rich, pervert, abuse, playboy, sex toys, misogynist, bought and paid for. It's interesting. It's interesting, like, these are the words that they didn't want associated with him, because it's sort of like some of these, right? Like secretive, bought and paid for. Like it's interesting that these are the words that he was kind of, or not, maybe not he, but that they were insecure about becoming associated with him, right? Have fun at therapy, DM Collins. Enjoy it. That's a funny line, Finland. Causation causes correlation, and correlation is correlated with causation. Anyway, there's more of these good and bad words, but whatever. Not that important. She sent messages from him to focus on. The first one, I've tried to be very respectful of the legal process. Spaeth wrote to his team to say it was a fascinating session, and I hope he found it useful. No, it sounds like you fuck with him, Spaeth. Months later, as Epstein got ready to serve the jail sentence that so many lawyers had pushed to make so short, he gave a rare interview to the New York Times. His first quote in that story, I respect the legal process. Oh, New York Times, why must you not be free to read? But yes, here it is, New York Times. Financier starts sentencing prostitution case. This is July 2008, right as he was going to jail. And what is his line? I respect the legal process, Mr. Epstein said. New York Times. Okay, so it seems like Spaeth did some handiwork for him. Seems like Spaeth was very useful. Very, very useful. I'm going to have to remember that. One of those things sounded like the Spaeth methodology. Answer questions without being trapped by the parameters. Having material to change the subject and the skill to repeat, it's not appropriate to discuss without sounding canned or bored. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, I don't know. If I'm ever in a situation where I have to fucking do that shit, I am going to think about that. Answer the questions without being trapped by the parameters. Fun little tip for you guys. If you guys ever get, I don't know. You guys ever go into politics or something? Yeah, I'm sure the Pleasure Dome would be bad. Yeah, there's no evidence of his math genius at all. It's like it's Elon Musk, guys, right? Like Epstein being a genius, that's Elon Musk. That's just hype. That's just a guy who wants you to think he's smart. All right. So we are. I don't need that one. We've now read, I think, 4 articles about Epstein email. That means there's only 2 left. So there's one that came out. People have already been talking about it. I think it was yesterday. It's not really an article, but this is from the Democrats on the Committee of Oversight and Government Reform. September 26th. What day is it today? 28th, a couple of days ago. They released partial records from the 3rd batch of documents. It's really short. They did not release much. Produced by the Jeffrey Epstein estate, including phone message logs, flight logs, and manifests for aircrafts, copies of financial ledgers, and Epstein's daily schedule. The documents produced to the public include mentions of possible contact between Jeffrey Epstein, Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon, and Prince Andrew. I won't read this entire thing, but here it is. This is it. And I gotta say, this feels like the most obvious limited hangout of all time. There's barely anything. It's just 6 pages, and so much of it is redacted. And it seems like they're targeting specific people to me. So whatever they got, yeah, I didn't see that, but I have that open. You sent me the drop site thing, right? Or is that what that was? Oh no, sorry, you sent me the thing about Ehud Barak emails. If you have the link, send it over. Yeah, I would be interested to know. Degenerate 2 from the Epstein birthday book. Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. Let's go over this first. So this is a reminder of something to Jeffrey Epstein or something like that. Some note. I don't really know what this part is. Okay, maybe I should read this. Does it say phone message logs from 2002, 2005? Oh, is that what this is? Okay, no. Epstein's daily schedules between 2010 and 2019. Oh, that's crazy. Let's see those. Okay, so this is Epstein's daily schedules. So 6:30, there's this movie screening. Okay. Tentative breakfast party with Bill Gates. That's at Zorro Ranch, which we didn't know that Bill Gates had been to before. Invited Ron Barron and Josh Harris. Awaiting reply. Saturday, December 6th. Excuse me. Zorro. Reminder. Elon Musk to Island, December 6th. Is this still happening? Now, of course, Elon Musk has responded to this. I'll just look it up. Elon Musk has responded to this and is like, "No, that's not right." I'll try my Elon Musk impression again. If I search this, I bet it'll come up because it's just today. Yeah, today. Furious Elon finally addresses why he's in the new Epstein files. The world's richest man has broken his silence at being name dropped in the documents he once taunted Trump with. Oh, Daily Beast, why must you be so? Elon Musk on Twitter sharing a story from the UK outlet Sky News, who ran with a simple headline: Elon Musk and Prince Andrew named in the latest Epstein files release. The Tesla CEO fired off an enraged tweet. Shame on Sky News for this utterly misleading headline. Musk wrote, "Anyone pushing this false narrative deserves a complete contempt, right? Epstein tried to get me to go to his island and I refused," Musk continued. "Yeah, they named me even before Prince Andrew, who did visit." I mean, they name you in the documents before Prince Andrew, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe whatever. So he's like, "No, they asked me and I refused." And I mean, okay, maybe. Like, it does say Elon Musk to Island December 6th. Is this still happening? But like I said, Elon Musk and Jeffrey Epstein, if they never met, it's almost a shame because they would have been best friends. They would have fucking really hit it off, I think. Oh wait, what the heck? Why didn't this go? I'm trying to go to your link there. Did it shorten maybe? Oh, that's what happened. You got archive.is working? It's not been working for me lately. Oh, there we go. This is right. Okay, this is the stuff about Coco Brown. Okay, we'll go over that in a second. Sorry. Okay, so Elon Musk was supposed to go to the island apparently. Rich Khan. Okay, like everything's redacted here. I don't know. This is an email. I don't know what this is because it's like, oh, I guess these are all emails then. This is an email of his daily schedule. 2019, 7 a.m., breakfast with Steve Bannon. I mean, we knew this. This isn't news. We knew that Steve Bannon was hanging out with Epstein like right up until the end of his life. After Bannon got kicked out of the Trump White House, he became close friends with Jeffrey Epstein. This is after he got kicked out, right? He became close friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and the two of them bonded over being very close to Donald Trump and then getting like whatever, like cut loose by him or fucked over by him. They both hated Trump at this point, and they were like, "Fuck Trump," right? And like, I know. And they would just bond and talk about how much they hated Donald Trump. So this isn't really news. I mean, maybe this is more documentary evidence than we had before of like the fucking what's his name? Wolf, not Richard Wolf. What's the guy that wrote Fire and Fury? Not Tom Wolfe. Fire and Fury. It's slipping my mind right now. Michael Wolff. The Michael Wolff talks about them hanging out all the time. Not in Fire and Fury, but in another one. I think it's called Downfall. Not Downfall. That's a Hitler movie. Michael Wolff. Downfall. Something like that. Or was it Landslide? Landslide, maybe? Not The Fall. Landslide? Landslide. Yeah, I think this is the one. The final days of the Trump presidency. But he talks about Bannon, and basically it seems, and Michael Wolff also one of Epstein's late life friends. Trying to find something about Bannon, but I don't know. What's this? Jeez. No, this is not it. I mean, I have the book, but I feel like, am I just allowed to like open up an ebook on here? Michael, maybe if I look up, you know what? Actually, I remember I made a tweet where I screenshotted it a couple of times. That should be fine. Going to from @ChillGoblin. Is that how this works? I always forget. Oh wait, no, I think I can actually just go to my own page and search on there. Guys, no, I can't. Oh no, I can't. You guys are great for hanging out while I figure my shit out. Bannon. There it is. One of the many bizarre details in the Jeffrey Epstein story. So similar to what's her name, Mary Spaeth or whatever. Steve Bannon was also training Epstein to interview better. He recorded 15 hours of interviews with Jeffrey Epstein in 2019. He apparently hoped to use them for a documentary called Monsters: Epstein's Life Among the Global Elite. In 2021, he dropped this trailer.
Thank you.
So this is from Steve Bannon's YouTube page. Victory film.
Next month marks 2 years since the death of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein inside a New York City jail.
We were underage. We were little girls. By the time I was 16, I brought him up to 75 girls.
But he was glib, and he lived essentially like he was Gatsby. He was
Eric Weinstein's in it. Ugh, what a fucking idiot. This guy tells this one story about Epstein like constantly. He wishes that he was hung out with Epstein more, I guarantee you. But he's like, I hung out with him once and I just could tell he was evil. I just knew it. I never wanted to hang out with again. It's like, you're fucked, dude. I don't even believe you.
an absolutely terrifying person to encounter.
You own an island,
True.
right?
Thank you very much.
Two islands.
So here we have, from Steve Bannon's YouTube page, a video that we've never seen anywhere else of him, that's Steve Bannon's like fucked up hair in the corner there, talking to Jeffrey Epstein in Jeffrey Epstein's New York apartment. So like, this isn't from 2021. This is released by Steve Bannon. So anyway, so I'm just saying, like, it's not really news to me that we got, oh, no way, Steve Bannon is linked. He was going to have breakfast with Steve. No, we know this. But, I mean, okay, sure. It is interesting.
The islands of Dr. Moreau?
Correct.
Jeffrey Epstein was a billionaire.
So most of this is like not Epstein.
Andrew over his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
I made my living from old thinking, but the future is for the way women think.
The way women think.
And he's like, oh no, I'm actually a feminist. You know what? The future is female. You can quote me on that. Jeffrey Epstein. I came up with that because I'm good at math.
That's correct.
Is that not a sop because of all the depravity you've done against young women? And your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future?
No, I've been...
Like, you can tell these guys are friends, right? Like, Steve Bannon is trying to edit it. This is after Epstein died, but he's trying to edit it so that it's like, look, I was asking him the hard questions. But by Epstein's response, he's like, oh, okay, you're Steve, right? Am I wrong?
Is the future?
No, I've always believed that.
Sorry, let me go back because I'm sure Steve Bannon thinks that his little question here makes him look really good.
The way women think.
The way women think.
That's correct.
Is that not a sop because of all the depravity you've done against young women? And your new sop is that their women's thinking is the future?
No, I've always believed that women would be able to take over. I'm a firm believer and supporter of Time's Up.
Federal prosecutor. I'm a firm believer and supporter of Time's Up. Okay, Epstein # Time's Up. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, I think that's it. I think that's all we got. Oh no, there's more. There's a little bit more. This looks like new. Yeah. It's a different day. They must have done different. He's changed his clothes.
The greatest threat to people put in solitary confinement is they try to kill themselves. Imagine that. You're only in a room for 24 hours. You start to go crazy.
Like, and then the monsters. Epstein's life among the global elite. Like, even that, like, it almost sounds like it's not really about Epstein. It's about like, whoa, Epstein had it so hard. He was surrounded by all the you know what I mean? Like, it's weird. So he dropped this trailer and he was like, I'm going to put it out. He never put it out. This is all we got. We never got the fucking full thing. But you know what? I get into it in the thing. The documentary was never released. Why? Michael Wolff, who introduced Bannon to Epstein in 2017, says that the interviews were never intended to be used in a documentary. They were media training for a 60 Minutes interview where Epstein hoped to rehabilitate his image. This does seem to be the case. Smith started his column with a scoop from Wolff's book that Bannon had worked with convicted pedophile and sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein in 2019. Wolff described their taped encounters as media training for a 60 Minutes interview that would never happen. Bannon said he recorded 15 hours of interviews with Epstein for a previously unannounced documentary on Epstein's perversions and depravity. So he's like misrepresenting it. According to Michael Wolff, Too Famous. That's the book that it was. Not what's it called? Landslide. The point wasn't exposure, it was spin. There's no question the tapes were media training, Wolff told Hollywood Reporter, and there's no possible way Epstein would have signed off on them being used in a documentary. So Epstein wanted to sit down for a redemption interview, and this is from Too Famous. So I screenshotted this part from the book Too Famous. We don't need to read the whole thing, but this is just like a scene of Michael Wolff hanging out at Epstein's house with Jeffrey Epstein, Steve Bannon, and another late life Epstein friend, Ehud Barak. And they're talking openly about so how are we going to make this 60 Minutes interview go well? Where is it? But I would have said no way, but now Jeffrey just laying everything out. It'd be tough, but just to humanize him, Weingarten continued, Epstein's lawyer. Ehud Barak goes, would you want to do that? Seeming to suggest that humanizing was kind of a weakness. I don't want to do it, but I would. It would take a month of hard work to get ready, said Weingarten. A year, said Bannon. What if we started with surrogates? Asked Epstein brightly. What is that? Asked Barak. Advocates who speak for you. Would 60 Minutes take a surrogate? Asked Weingarten. Would 60 Minutes take a surrogate? Dude, come on, said Bannon with disbelief. Well, Rachel Maddow then, said Weingarten, grasping. Okay, said Bannon. Bannon seems like the only one who fully understands what's going on here. Okay, you're the Jeffrey surrogate sitting with Rachel Maddow, and she's going to say how many girls were there? Were there 10? Were there 100? Were 1,000? Now you're on national television. What do you say? I'm confident it's less than 1,000. Was it? Said Bannon, turning to Epstein. Yes, less. Actually, here is the first question, said Bannon. What's the age of the youngest girl? That would be good, said Epstein, because the answer to that question is that there was one girl who was 14 years old, and she told the police she lied about her age. She told everyone she was 18 because she was afraid she would never be allowed back into the house and never be invited back. That's the only one. That's the only one who's under the age of 18? No, the youngest one. Bannon snorted loudly over the phone. Okay, maybe this is a conference call, I forget. But these are the people who are talking. All right, okay, so get to the issue. Bang. He's been branded a pedophile, while in fact these are not underage or barely underage. I'd rather have that discussion about what is a pedophile than for people to just assume he is one. Anyway, so here's from his book, they planned to go on 60 Minutes, do this interview. Bannon started sitting down with Epstein to train him to prepare for this interview. What type of stuff was Bannon apparently advising Epstein to say? Well, okay, this is fucking hilarious. Bannon advised Epstein to look into the camera occasionally, not to share his racist theories on how black people learn, and stick to his main message that he was not a pedophile. Can you imagine getting that kind of advice? People don't talk about it enough. Epstein was extremely racist, very racist. He's look into the camera every so often. Yeah, I think I'm putting it. Look directly into the camera. Don't say you're a pedophile. Try not to get into any of your theories about how black people learn. Great. Why the fuck would Epstein, during his Rachel Maddow interview or 60 Minutes interview, yes, that's right. One Man Apple. There he did have a nickname called Landslide, but this is a different Michael Wolff book about Trump losing the 2020 election. And he called it landslide because Trump kept saying it was going to be a landslide. Yeah. Wild, eh? And this is Wolff. He's like, I have no idea where the voluminous footage is now. Bannon himself, I think, says that he has over 100 hours of interviews with Epstein where he's asking him hard questions about this sort of shit. And it was never intended to be seen by the public. Fucking Can we subpoena that shit? Can we get that shit? Can we force Bannon to turn that shit over? Like, how is that not out? Release the fucking Epstein media training files, Steve Bannon. Jesus. Sorry, Bannon doesn't even have it. The estate has it. Whatever exists is now technically owned by Jeffrey Epstein or his estate. Yo, we've already got the state. The state is cooperating. Get these. This should be like top priority right now. Get these fucking things. Oh, there's no possible way Epstein would have allowed it to be in documentary form? Oh, it was too raw and too revealing? Okay, let's see it. Let's fucking get that shit out. Like, don't link that shit to Bloomberg. Don't link that shit to the fucking FBI, whatever. Post that shit. Let's see the whole thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, this is according to Michael Wolff, but like, I don't know if people really know about this, you know? I don't know if people are thinking about this or people asking. But anyway, this is my old thread, and I was like, no, we should ask the estate. Get all Epstein's emails and texts. Listen, we could get it. We could, whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna retweet that. That was from a few months ago, but I feel like that one's aged well. Okay, where was I? Okay, sorry. Wasn't even talking about that at all, but that's just too interesting, right? We were looking through this. Breakfast with Steve Bannon. Okay, yeah. Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein were like best friends. Yeah, it makes what has come out look like pure limited hangout. Oh, yeah, big time. Oh, yeah, Bannon is like one of the fucking worst people ever. What dirty work Bannon is. So yuck. 3-color yuck. I don't know what a 3-color yuck is, but I would even say like 4 or 5-color yuck. Reed Weingarten, who I believe we also just heard from was his lawyer, I think. Reed Weingarten, right? He was also on that conference call we just heard. Yeah, Epstein's lawyer. Okay, nothing. Redacted. Reed Weingarten at breakfast. Lunch with Peter Thiel. Like, this shit is so fucking like, no, they're trying to get people in trouble. You know what I mean? Peter Thiel is interesting though, because Thiel is an ally of the Trump administration, like a big time. He's also like, we already do know that he was involved from the Ehud Barak emails. We have the evidence. I don't know exactly what to think about this. I do think it's interesting because Peter Thiel has become like the new George Soros in a way for the right, at least not for the right maybe, but for like the conspiratorial minded on the right. People will talk shit. The people who will never talk shit about Trump love to talk shit about Peter Thiel, which is good because like George Soros he's just a fucking like billionaire. He funds a couple like, I don't know, Planned Parenthood and shit. And people made him into this fucking boogeyman who is orchestrating all these crazy things. This guy's like a 90-year-old man. Like, he's just Jewish. He's not actually like this. He's a billionaire, so he sucks. Like, I'm not a fan of his, but like the level of shit that people put onto George Soros was just delusional anti-Semitic garbage, right? I don't think I need to get too into that. I think we all know that that's the case. But Peter Thiel is like the real life George Soros. Like Peter Thiel, like he's literally trying to drink children's blood to stay young. You know, like he's fucking adrenochrome, but let's do adrenochrome, but for real. He's literally orchestrating like massive hidden campaigns to like overthrow the media and destroy like Gawker and fucking who knows what else. He is behind the scenes on so much shit. Now, I don't think Peter Thiel is like a particularly genius operator, really. He doesn't seem that smart to me when I see him in interviews and stuff, especially. Like he's socially awkward, but he also seems kind of stupid. But he is very rich, and he's been able to put his money into some very effective things. He's done very, very well for himself. He got in the Trump campaign at the perfect time. He became associated with the Trump campaign like the day after the Access Hollywood tape came out, which was, I don't know when it was, sometime 2016. Well, not October, but like, well, yeah, was that October 2016? So he got involved like late in the game, and he gave Trump like $1 million, I think. And like Thiel, like I'm glad that people are so suspicious of Peter Thiel. I'm hearing people talk about Thiel in the way that they used to talk about George Soros, and they still talk about George Soros that way. But I'm like, no, good. Like with George Soros, it's like, yeah, like you got it right, Finland. He's Jewish and slightly center of left for a billionaire on some issues. Yeah, exactly. And they'd be like, it's George Soros that's making everyone trans or some shit like that. And it's like, no, you fucking idiot. But no, Peter Thiel is actually, I mean, he's not making people trans, far from it. But he is actually the guy. Like, this guy's a problem, you know? This guy is kind of taking over the world from the shadows. And his name can literally be rearranged to read The Reptile. So, come on now. He's a reptile. All right. Okay, then redacted. Nothing interesting. And then, oh, look at this. Oh, wow. What is this part? Ledgers reflecting transactions recorded as cash. Okay, so transactions. Where is it? Oh, cool. Okay, so we don't know who it was to. We don't know what was written on the memo. We don't know what the split was. Okay, nothing. And then, actually, this part is kind of crazy. Down. This is in 2000. Massage Andrew. You see that shit? Massage Andrew for something. No, for something or someone. Redacted. Massage, exercise, yoga. That's all we get. Just a first name, or maybe a second name, if it's Prince Andrew, technically. First name Prince, second name Andrew. That's all we get. I mean, and then it also says over here, $200. Okay, $200. And that means that they were paid $200 for they got. Oh yes, I see what this is. It's money that was paid to the masseuse, and that's why the memo is Massage Andrew. It's not. Sorry, I was like, so are they saying Andrew paid? No. They're saying it's like Epstein paid one of his underage girls, like maybe Virginia, who did accuse Andrew of sexual assault. Oh, that could be interesting. Wait. When was Virginia when was that supposed to be? It was, I think, Ghislaine's mother's birthday or something like that. Oh, okay. Hang on. Let's see if we can figure this out. This is good. This could be good. Virginia Giuffre. It's like the famous photo, right? When was it? Evidence shows Prince Andrew, Virginia photo was real. Taken inside and you guys know the one I'm talking about. It's this one. Here, you can sort of see behind all these words. That one. So wait, when was this one taken? Oh, it was developed on 13 March 2001. Okay, so it was supposed to be, okay. So it was the March 10th, 2001. That's supposed to be when they met. Okay, never mind. So it wouldn't have been Virginia, but that would have been crazy. So this was in 2000, so about a year before the Virginia thing. Massage Andrew for something. Why the fuck is this part? Why is that part redacted? Ah! And then massage, exercise, yoga, $200. And that's about how much he pays masseuses. Yeah, guys. So this looks to me to be definitely a limited hangout. 100% a limited hangout. They seemed like they really want you to be thinking about Prince Andrew here. He was in their circle at this time. All we have is Andrew. I mean, it could be another Andrew, But it's so funny that they left that one unredacted. And then another page, redacted. Oh, massage for Andrew. Massage, exercise, yoga. Wait, what's 50120? Beverly Hills, 50120. Is that, I want to say that's, I feel like that number is associated with Epstein. Is it one of his like his plane numbers? 50120. I don't see it. Yeah, okay. Who knows? Maybe I just don't even know what the I don't know. Is that like a 501c3 or something? Is that like a tax thing? Well, this one doesn't have that. Anyway, I don't know. So another check for massage from Andrew, rather. Okay, and that's all we get from that. The ledger of his transactions. And then here's a passenger manifest, a different one than we've seen before. And this was, when was it? 2000. And look at this. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so maybe we can put these pieces together. So Prince Andrew and Adam Perry Lang, that's Epstein's chef, who they also left in, interestingly. They bleeped out some people. They left in Adam Perry Lang, who, now, just in case you think this might be a limited hangout from the Trump team, from the Trump-run FBI, from the fucking Kash Patel, whatever, you guys know who Adam Perry Lang is? He's Epstein's chef and Jimmy Kimmel's best friend. Maybe not his best friend, but he after he left Epstein's employ, he became a celebrity chef. He runs, here he is with Jimmy Kimmel. He runs a very successful barbecue restaurant in Texas, and he learned how to make barbecue, whatever, steak on Zorro Ranch from the chefs there. But he was Epstein's personal chef, and now he's famous. Dude has fucking never said anything. This dude is a fucking coward. Fuck this guy. Virginia Giuffre confronted him and was like, Adam, you were always so nice to me. Like, and he knew, he saw us. Like, he saw the girls like walking around naked and being abused by Epstein. He was a witness to it. Like, he knows, and he's such a good guy. I know that he'll, like, whatever. And then he was like, publicist was like, he had no idea what was going on. He condemns the horrible acts. Sorry to Virginia, he doesn't remember any of that. Like, fuck this guy. But I do think it's interesting that they left his name unredacted when he's like, he's been on the Kimmel Show multiple times, and Kimmel and him are like buddies. They're like actual friends. So yeah, no, I gotta wonder. Adam Perry Lang. Just because they redacted so much else. Like, anything that they put in, like, you gotta think it's intentional, right? Whatever, who cares? I don't care. Prince Andrew, bodyguard. So this is real. I mean, like, this is something. And I mean, like, this, even though this is a like massage for Andrew, whatever, this is noteworthy because, oh, sorry, did I say it's in New Mexico? Sorry, it's in LA, but it's like a Texas like style, I guess. Yeah, Texas innocent. Yeah. Sorry, that makes sense. Because like Jimmy Kimmel goes there all the time. But yes, he's brought this sort of style of cooking to LA. Anyhow, guys, yeah, are we supposed to piece this together? 5/16/2000 and I can't even fucking tell. 2/11/2000. Okay, and then what's this? 5/12/2000. Yeah, okay, so this is like 4 days before that that person was paid to massage just Andrew. We know that it looks like Epstein, Maxwell, and Prince Andrew were hanging out together. They flew from Teterboro, New Jersey. That's a airport that he very often flew out of near New York. That has I don't know what you call it, a terminal or something, owned by Lynn Forrester de Rothschild's brother. Listen, guys, I could keep putting pins in my board all day, but I'll try to stay on topic for for 2 seconds here. Flew to West Palm Beach. Looks like Epstein paid someone to massage Prince Andrew. Yeah, I think that's pretty clearly what appears to have happened here. Okay, guys. Oh, and also that does also go against what Ghislaine just said. That no, I don't. I never saw Prince Andrew. He didn't really hang out. No, I don't think so. No, he never got a massage that I saw. But she was just lying to fucking slander the deceased Virginia Giuffre. So whatever. Obviously, she wasn't telling the truth. Yeah. So this is like not much, but it is something. Honestly, probably the most noteworthy thing again is this is at the very least documentary evidence that like massages were happening to people other than Epstein and women were being paid for it. Like there is some like this does add something that we didn't have before. So that's good. For that reason, it's good. All right, moving on now to the stuff that I haven't even glanced at. So this just came out, today? No, yesterday. Oh, no. Well, it is tomorrow right now, so today. This just came out earlier today from Dropsite News. Jeffrey Epstein helped broker Israeli security agreements. I suppose this is from the Ehud Barak emails, which I do have. We could actually look into this if we want. Jeffrey Epstein used his political network and financial resources to help broker a security cooperation agreement between the governments of Israel and Mongolia. According to, that's interesting. A trove of leaked emails from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. This new set of emails between Barak and Epstein has largely been ignored by the mainstream press, but includes crucial new context on Epstein's operation. Yo! I do have those emails. Like we can look these up. Whoa. There's Ehud Barak. There's the guy that was hanging out with Epstein like in 2019, helping him strategize on how to do a big comeback and do the fucking what's it called? 60 Minutes interview. Yeah, that's him in Mongolia. Wow. I'm going to skip ahead. This messages spanning from 2013 to 2016 show intimate, oftentimes daily correspondence between Barak and Epstein. Yeah, they were close. Their conversations addressed political and business strategy as Epstein coordinated meetings for Barak with other members of his elite circles. Definitely, yeah. Barak was really using Epstein as like a connection point. In the shadow of Israel's cyber boom it's really crazy how involved Epstein was in all this stuff. In the shadows of Israel's cyber boom was Jeffrey Epstein, who's exploited his network of political and financial elites to help Barak, and ultimately the Israeli government itself, to increase the penetration of Israel's spy tech firms into foreign countries. Epstein actively supported the Israeli intelligence industry via venture capital investments and contributions to charitable organizations. Non-governmental entities that laid the foundation for official Israeli security deal-making. The story of Israel's 2017 security agreement with Mongolia is a window into the true nature and scope of Epstein's operation. It does seem like, oh geez, my alarm's going off. It does seem like, Epstein in Israel, Ehud Barak, like he was doing all these investments. They were like doing work with Palantir. There's a lot of security shit going on. And we already had stuff about him trying to use his connections to speak to Russian people. Yeah, I feel very skeptical of a lot of Whitney Webb's work, but I have to say the more shit we learn about Epstein here, especially with regards to Ehud Barak, it does make her claims about what's it called? Palantir and Peter Thiel being like they're the new Epstein. Like it is interesting because it seems like weirdly enough, Epstein was getting into this fucking very line of business, and like Whitney Webb's whole thing is like, for generations now, the elite have governed the world from the shadows using blackmail. That's why her books are called One Nation Under Blackmail. Just 2 books. I'm like halfway through book 1. they're long and they're a little bit hard to read, but they're very well researched. And her sort of super theory is to do with that. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, there's no evidence. There's no direct evidence anyway that Epstein was engaged in blackmail. But like, it is interesting knowing the people that he knew, the sort of like girls he was trafficking to these elite people, the cameras in the rooms. It is interesting to know that he was also getting involved in what Whitney Webb calls the next phase of this international blackmail thing, which is like security shit, like Palantir, monitoring, whatever. 1 month after leaving his post as Israel's defense minister, Ehud Barak visited Mongolia to meet President Sakyagan Elbeg George. Yep, that's how you say it. And top security officials. The Mongolian plan had been set in motion in January of that year, while Barak, the country's former prime minister, was still serving in the Israeli government. The broader goal of the meeting was to promote the Israeli defense industry's introduction into the Mongolian market, while seeking business opportunities for clients of Barak's consulting business. He received a tour of the Special Operations Forces Training Center, not physically present, but helping coordinate events behind the scenes. Was Jeffrey Epstein, according to a trove of hacked emails between Epstein and Barak, posted by Distributed Denial of Secrets and confirmed as authentic by Dropsite. Epstein, a New York financier and elite fixer who later became notorious for his role as a sex trafficker of underage girls. Is there, to the Finland station, direct evidence of Epstein being involved in blackmail? Sick. Yo, I'm so glad that you can post links now. Let's see. I can think of a few things that are interesting. Jeffrey Epstein appeared to threaten Bill Gates over Microsoft founder's affair with Russian bridge player. Yo, sometimes this happens with my archive links that they don't fully like this is not here. Wait, but I feel like the thing is not. There we go. Okay. Oh no, it's cutting off the edges. But okay. So is this? I suppose this is blackmail. It's just tough to read this. Here, let me try one of my ways. Okay, well, yeah. In that case, I stand corrected. I mean, I can think of like people saying that Epstein, he said, "Oh, that guy hasn't got shit on me," or like him talking about he owes me a favor, like he'll do it for me or whatever. Like about Bill Clinton, talking about apparently the first thing he said to Steve Bannon when they met, I think. No, sorry, I think of a different thing. Apparently, he told his brother Mark Epstein, if people know what I know, the election would be canceled. And he said that in 2016 about Clinton and Trump. Why did that happen? This sometimes happens with remove paywalls. Here we go. Oh no, it's not working. No, let's try this one. It's weird that it like redirects to like something totally different. Dang it. Okay. No, I believe you. Sorry. I believe you. I mean, I remember that happening. Do we have like the emails themselves? Anyway, it's interesting that we, yeah, like that does seem like if he appeared to threaten him over his connections to blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's about his affair. That's like a form of blackmail. Anyway, guys, sorry. I wish that I was able to find that thing, but yeah, okay. I will correct my statement. There is evidence of him doing that. That's good to know. Epstein, New York financier and elite fixer who later became notorious for his role as a sex trafficker. All right. President of the International Peace Institute, a non-profit think tank specializing in... okay. On April 20... Here we go. So this is about Ehud Barak and Epstein coordinating this. On April 21st, Barack arranged a meeting at Epstein's New York mansion for an overview of the coming days. The next day, Rod Larson sent Barack an email with the details for a proposed advisory team consisting of internationally recognized experts who could facilitate foreign investment in key industries in Mongolia. The draft proposal highlighted the great opportunity of Mongolia's massive natural resources, mostly minerals and metals, promising to accelerate Mongolia's economic growth and bolster its international status. Barack replied to Rod Larson's proposal, thoughtful, far-looking, and necessary. I believe it's a very goody idea. The archived conversations show Barack and Epstein arranged 2 more meetings in New York on April 22nd and April 24th. Barack landed in Ulaanbaatar in the evening of April 26th. He tried to reach Epstein for a final phone call right before the meeting. Jeff, hi, can't reach you on my phone. Please try calling me. In about an hour, I shall start meetings here. It'll be more complicated. Jeffrey Epstein, I tried. Call me now, 212-533. The itinerary shows Barack met with the Secretary of the National Security Council of Mongolia. At Barack's request, the CEO of Israel Weapon Industries, a spin-off of state-owned Israel Military Industries, delivered a gift to Segandari, a Jericho pistol in a box engraved with a date and a message in appreciation of friendship, cooperation, and good faith. Okay, this was... All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to, see where does the Epstein connection come in here. Epstein began recruiting his associates to participate in IPI's Mongolia Advisory Council. On September 28th, 2013, Epstein emailed Barack to float the idea of working alongside Larry Summers, who, yes, we know Larry Summers. This dude, you may recognize him. Lawrence Summers. He's one of Epstein's boys. Democrat economist. Barack responded affirmatively. I think greatly of him, especially in regards to advised for sovereign heads. We can complement each other effectively. So they got Summers involved. Oh boy. So it looks like Epstein was sort of connecting Ehud Barak with all these people, right? That he knew. Larry Summers. Oh no. WEF founder Klaus Schwab attended Mongolia night with the nation's president. The Intercontinental Hotel is a hub of action at Davos, Switzerland, right? Okay. Let me just sorry guys. Let me just search every time Epstein's mentioned so that I can make sure not to miss anything. Oh, and Epstein was joined this meeting too by phone. His professional affiliation in the meeting agenda was listed as financier. Interesting. Okay, he recommended a thing. Cool. Sorry guys, I haven't actually had the chance to read through this, and it's quite long. So why don't I read through it? Why don't we get back? This is breaking news. This is To the Finland Station, dropping this on last minute. So let's leave this one. Let's leave this one. Sorry to end this so abruptly. But speaking of Summers, what we got here? Oh, the Harvard Crimson. Is this by? Oh no, it's not by Summers, but. Yes. Epstein is also well acquainted with Harvard University President Lawrence H. Summers. The two served together on the Trilateral Commission and the Council on Foreign Relations. So funny that Epstein was a member of both of those. Oh my God. So funny. There's certain things conspiracy theorists obsess over, like the Council on Foreign Relations, that sometimes pop up in times like this, and you're like, I mean, maybe they are kind of right about that. Maybe they are kind of right about that. Yeah. Very funny. And when did this come out? 2003. Yeah. When he was still friends with Trump. All right. So, guys, I'm going to call it there. You know what? Speaking of One Dime, we played some One Dime earlier. Why do we play this? This is from Rumble. Is it bad that I'm showing? Whoops. Is it bad that I'm showing a Rumble video? I checked into this guy. He doesn't seem like a Nazi. But I got sent this this little video of the Wexner Epstein connection by One Dime. Sent this to me on Instagram, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I looked up the guy, and he's been deleted off of everything. He's only on Rumble now, so I don't know. Maybe he sucks, but whatever. We'll watch this, and then we'll call it a day. Oh, I mean, you'd love to hear if Epstein ever attended any meetings of those organizations? I'm sure he did. Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, like, yeah, Epstein would have loved to have done that. Anyway, let's check this out. Wait, what? Rumble? Let's get ready to rumble. Rumble's not working. Refresh. Nope. Nothing. It says it's 0 seconds long. Blast. Okay, well, whatever. I'll find the. I'll watch the fucking annoyingly cropped one on on Instagram. Wait, maybe I'll open Instagram in a new tab so you guys can't see all my stuff. One sec. Bibbly bobbly boo. From Banned Video Archive. Weird. Can you guys see this? Yes. Can I pause it? Yeah. Did I pause it? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, there's like some things popping up here. It's like Wexner allowed Epstein to abuse girls at his mansion. I believe that's referring to Annie Farmer. Oh no, sorry, Maria Farmer. I think Maria Farmer accused him of that. It's from got the townhouse from Les Wexner. It was his old house. It would be best to waste time. You wouldn't get far. I don't even know about that. Wexner's lawyer got killed? Wow. Someone ripping off Jay Dilla style? Isn't this a Kanye West song? Fuck, I guess I'm gonna get copyright struck, eh? Whatever. For you, baby. CIA's favorite airline. So this was, God, what was it called? People call it Spook Air. It's from like the Iran-Contra kind of days. They would use this airline out of Arkansas, I believe it was. Not Ohio. Why can't I think of it? Anyway, I can't think of the name, but the way that they would traffic like weapons to the whatever to Iran, or was it? I forget exactly how fucking Iran-Contra worked, but it was like involving the Contras, involving the Iranians, whatever, the hostage situation, these cocaine imports, whatever. And they're doing a lot of this through this one airport that the CIA ran. What if I just type in Spook Air? No. Spook Air flying in Haitians? Yeah. Unlimited Hangout? Yeah. This is Whitney Webb here. Mena Airport. And Mena Airport is the one in Arkansas. Yeah. And then it was moved, according to Whitney Webb. This is crazy. Like, I've never seen anybody else report on this, and I haven't looked into it, but this is nuts. Apparently, Leslie Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein moved, they, in like the 80s. God, where is it? Hang on, I got to search Epstein again. Epstein. I just want to be able to. Jamal Khashoggi, Epstein, Robert Maxwell. See, she's hard to read, but the dirtiest bank of all. God, I'm not even like halfway down. Okay, here it is. So, okay. Sorry, I'll get back to the video in a second, but With Epstein and Wexner's help, Spook Air finds a new home. While the state of Arkansas became a hub for CIA activity during the Reagan years and the Iran-Contra scandal, another state appeared to take its place in the 1990s, Ohio, which is where... Oh, I got it working over here. Okay, great. Well, Rumble decided to show up to work. Good to know. Jeez, where was I? Oh yeah, unlimited hangout. Yes, Ohio. Just as Arkansas oligarch Jackson Stevens helped attract the CIA to his home state during Iran-Contra, it was also an Ohio oligarch and his close associate that helped attract the CIA to Buckeye State. Those men were Leslie Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein, respectively. What? So this is like there are a lot of repeat kind of like characters from both the Iran-Contra scandal and the Epstein scandal. But like, this is crazy. Like, I didn't know that Epstein was apparently helped move fucking this airline. What's it called? It's not called Spook Air. It's called, jeez. This is basic stuff. I really should know this. CIA. It's Mana Airport. It was Mana Airport. And it moved, it was still called Mana Airport? Southern Air Transport. Yes. So in 1985, Southern Air Transport, SAT, a well-known front company for the CIA, relocated from Miami, Florida to Columbus, Ohio. Okay. So there's a bunch of this shit going on. There's some weird shit going on here. There's some very weird shit. Okay. Anyways, that's what this last little thing was about here. Southern Air Transport. Okay, maybe this guy's a little anti-Semitic. I don't know. I mean, okay, yeah, Israel is bad, but they're blue and white. I don't even really know what that is. But I don't know. Oh, okay, here it is. This is why this guy's been banned from everywhere, and he's only on Rumble. Yeah, the mega group. Okay. Okay, yeah, zooming in on the stuff. Oh boy. Robert Maxwell. Yeah, investigators uncovered numerous black binders containing CDs, which were clearly labeled with thumbnail photos at the 7-story Manhattan property. Agents also found a safe filled with more CDs, jewelry, hard drives, loose diamonds, passports, and a large amount of U.S. currency. And look at this, Chelina AV Shoot 2, 812. Chelina was Chelina Dubin, I think. Was Epstein's like goddaughter, the daughter of Ava Anderson Dubin and Glenn Dubin. When Alfredo Rodriguez gave the Black Book, he wrote a note about Ava Anderson, mother of nude pic, when he gave it to Brad Edwards, a lawyer for victims of Epstein. So that CD, that may be nude photos of this underage girl who was Epstein's goddaughter. More just a box of hard drives. Edited by Blunts for Jesus. Okay, cool. So I guess my video just got copyright struck. Whatever. But mostly I think that is a good edit. I do feel like uncomfortable about the the part about the Jewish elites or whatever it was trying to say. But it's tough, you know, because like a lot of these guys are like very involved in Israel and like funding Israel. Wexner absolutely was. Obviously, Ehud Barak is Israeli prime minister and like a huge guy in the thing. I mean, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that past the line? I would have to see it again, but there is a little section there that made me uncomfortable. I'll just say that, because I hate the way that, like, I think conspiracy theories are often like delegitimized by an obsession with like anti-Semitic tropes and like weird fucking, shit like that. And there is a fucking massive tendency for conspiracy theorists to be like right about a lot of stuff and then just like veer into anti-Semitism. Kind of like it's like it's sort of the way that fascism works a lot of the time, is that they get people upset about the right things and then they point them in the wrong direction at the very end. Sort of like the way that, like, I think like a lot of like fascists in the US nowadays are like, yes, capitalism is not working for you. And they are able to criticize capitalism in a way where they're like, look at you, what's going on with the fucking economy? You're this, that, this. And you know whose fault it is? It's the immigrants, right? So I have like an instant like reaction when people are like, oh, it's the Jews. Which, I mean, this is a fucking video. I don't know if it's edited. I think maybe it being on Rumble and everything is maybe, I'm predisposed to assume that this guy is probably racist. And he might be. He probably is. But it's tough because a lot of these guys that fund Israel, they really, and the way that Israel speaks about itself as a Jewish state, it conflates itself with Jewishness as a concept. And it makes it easier for these conspiracy theorists to, make these points. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I like, fuck this guy, fuck all these other like Zionist billionaires. Zionist was like, for a long time, the only place I ever heard Zionist was reading the most reactionary conspiracy fucking forums ever. But yeah, I don't know. No, sorry, Tori Evans. I actually didn't get a warning. I just know that now that I've played copyrighted music, sorry, I shouldn't even say copyright strike. That's not right. Because I played that, it's going to like hide the VOD for this, which is cool. I'll just cut it out of the final thing or mute it or something. Yeah. No, conspiracies can be fun, and I think conspiracies are important. Like, some of them are true, or at least get you closer to the truth. I think like the Epstein thing is a big example of that. And with Epstein too, like, God, there are a lot of opportunities for people to make this about, a cabal of Jewish whatever, like elites who control the world, because there are a bunch of Jewish elites involved in the Epstein thing. It's just that there's also a bunch of other elites. There's just elites in general involved in it. Anyway, I don't know. You know what? I really need to, I'm realizing, because there's been a couple of moments during my streams where I get like someone in this chat, in my Chill Goblin chat, they come on here and they just spew a bunch of like anti-Semitic shit. Like, that's happened a few times. And I always try to like respond to it and like ban them or whatever, or like, I try not to to just let that slide. And I'm realizing like maybe I should like have like, maybe I should read into this more and like have like a response, like an official response. Cause I'm realizing right now, like kind of every time I end up in this situation where I'm like, oh shit, did I just like show something anti-Semitic? It's hard to know like how best to respond to it. I don't know if that makes sense, guys, but I want to get better at dealing with that, because if I'm going to be doing more conspiracy shit, especially, I should have a more concise, like, convincing argument as to why it's bad and why it's, not something that I intend to endorse at all with my content. Anyway, something that doesn't ramble so much, maybe something that doesn't like talk about what I wish that I could have said instead, like this is doing right now. But guys, you get it. You guys get me. You know what it's all about. I'm going to end the stream. I thought that would be a fun way to end it, and now I feel weird. I hope you guys don't. I still don't know how to raid anybody on YouTube. That's another thing that I can learn for next week. No, I won't do that. Oh, by the way, before I go, is anybody still watching? I think people have mostly gone. Oh no, I guess still got a few people here. But if you guys are around tomorrow, I'm doing a stream tomorrow it'll be at I think like 7 p.m. my time, EST, Toronto time, Montreal time. It'll be about 7 p.m. And it's with a buddy of mine. We're going to talk about a friend of mine who's a comedian who spent a bunch of time in a flat Earth forums, and we'll just argue with people there. And he spent a ton of time talking to flat Earth people. And I think we're going to talk about flat Earth stuff and maybe just like shoot the shit. So yeah, if you're around tomorrow, and I'd like to make like maybe like a 2-day-a-week streaming thing or something like that. I don't know. 1 day a week is already a lot for me, but we are going to do it tomorrow, and I'll try to keep you guys in the loop about when I intend to stream more. Yeah, come on in. It will be good. It'll be cool. It'll be fun. And the guy coming on is like one of my best friends. Very cool. Yo, thanks, One Man Apple. I appreciate it. I do want to get better at that because I feel like it's gonna keep going up, right?